Hello.
Nice. Nice. I like it. I like it, Josh.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought
I
so.
know. I know. I'm so early compared to my usual that nobody showed up but you, Chris.
Hey, I'm in there
That's
too.
all. You don't count because you're on the stream. You have
Oh.
to be here. You
The
have
amount
to.
of times
Come
I've
on.
heard a beautiful woman tell me I don't count. Yep.
Yes, you're
Let me
welcome.
tell you.
All right. I'm a Fez Cat. How dare you? What is
It's
this?
true.
What the fuck? You're
See?
Just as the first time you've commented. That's a channel. And because that's the first time you commented, yeah, he beat you. I got that.
No.
He beat you. You've gotten lazy. He's been taking first for the last several streams.
Can't win them all. Even when
When?
you're super powered Bree Mark.
Oh my god, Brie Mark. Brie Mark. I love that. Oh yeah, the Marvel trailer thing dropped, didn't it? I think I got a YouTube ad and I looked over and I saw it was a Marvel trailer and I skipped the ad. That didn't used to happen. Or like I'd
It,
get an ad on YouTube and it was like, oh look, it's the new Marvel thing, and yeah, now now I just skip them. I'm just like, oh, it's a Marvel, bye. Not having anything to do with you.
um. So you can't tell because I covered her face in this picture, but
Mm-hmm.
um, Bree's face is clearly floating on this image because it's just the the CG looks terrible.
Well, yeah, they keep. I
It's
think the
like
CG artists
you
would do
you could
better if
you
you.
couldn't have just like how hard is it to just put her in a harness in front of a green screen with her hair blowing in the wind? It's like this is basic filmmaking techniques.
No, no,
But
no, no,
no,
no.
they
We
had
have to
like
CG
digitally do it.
everything. We have to CG everything. We have to work the poor CG artists that are locked away in the basement at Disney. Okay, all right.
It's true.
What are we not paying them for? Yeah,
This is
I
true.
really, I know that's a joke, but the quality of CG has dropped so substantially that I'm
Oh
actually
God.
starting to think that it might be real. I am. I'm
I
sick
mean
and
the
tired of being. Go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say uh the Black Widow movie where they had an extra year to work on it because of the lockdowns and everything, and
Yes.
it still looked like PS2 graphics. It's like what really?
Oh, come on. You didn't like the scene where the sister, like, flings herself off and is literally covered in debris, fire, and smoke and comes out unscathed? Like, literally is explosions are happening underneath and she's fine. It wasn't bad. Yeah, you know what, Ram Bam? I'm screenshotting that. Screenshotting that, Ram Bam. You don't think Phase 4 was bad? Okay, yeah. I'm putting that in my blackmail folder. Yes, I know that you thought it was atrocious, but I still think that's funny. Nobody puts Brie Mark in a corner.
This is very true. This is very
I
true.
just, you know, I don't hate Brie Larson. I used to think I hated Brie Larson, and then like other people happened that made me realize she's literally like
She's
not
just a
actually.
typical
She's
airhead.
not that bad. Yeah.
She's just a very typical airheaded actress. I've met tons of them.
Yeah, she's just, and she didn't really have a shot either. She was literally born in this industry and has barely seen the outside world. Like, really actually
Yes.
seen the outside world. So she really didn't have a
she's
shot.
been,
So I kind of...
she's been in the entertainment industry since she
Yes.
was, what, like 12? I think her first role
I mean,
was.
but you didn't have to think back further. She was born into it because of her parents. So, I mean, she might have had her first role when she was 12, but I mean, it goes back further than that. Like, that doesn't just... You having your first acting role doesn't mean that, you know... It's just... I kind of feel bad for her, honestly. I do. I kind of just feel pity for Brie Larson. I don't really... But, come on, man. Like... I understand you're playing a superhero role, and I'm not asking you to look like you're having a great time every time you're doing anything, you know? Okay, you can have serious moments. The problem is her serious face makes me laugh.
Yeah.
And I can't take it seriously. She doesn't have the face for the ferocious, like the ferocious battle face. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, straight up, just and I don't know. I really don't know how you can argue this. She was poorly cast for the role. She just was. She was poorly cast for the role.
Yeah. She was not well suited for Carol Danvers, especially the Carol Danvers that most comic book fans actually know and love, not the current version.
Well, I would even say the current version, even more, just in general, just she's not suited for a superhero role as a lead, like the leader. Now, if you wanted to stick her in the background, maybe, but and it doesn't help that they're writing the character so that she's an utter asshole. Which, by the way, it's apparently consistent throughout anyone who takes on the mantle of Captain Marvel, as we saw in Multiverse of Madness. I don't know what it is about that title, but it just makes everyone an asshole that has it in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. No, that's not ferocious. That's not ferocious. Okay. I always kind of default to, you want ferocious woman, Sigourney Weaver, Gail Godot, you know.
Brie Larson. Yeah, makes sense. It's a good list.
As much as I despise Xena in the Hercules series, she has a good ferocious face. I
you don't like Xena?
Xena sucks ass. Okay, I'm sorry. You saved a baby. You saved a baby, and all of a sudden you're a good person. No. Saving a baby is the bare minimum of human decency. Okay? I'm not giving you brownie points because you saved a baby. Alright? And all of a sudden, you know, she's not as bad, even though she's murdered God knows how many people, okay? And then she bones Hercules, and apparently Hercules' magical penis of goodness has completely and utterly given her a 180-degree look on life, and she's supposed to be a good person now. Duh. Stupid Xena and her stupid yodeling battle cry.
Chris, I think these are fighting words, Chris. I don't know how to take this.
I can't do it. Xena pisses me off.
Because Xena Warrior Princess was a superior show to Hercules.
Yeah, but Xena sucks.
Yeah, I said it.
Xena sucks. Okay, J.O.S.H is the best. All right, he's best boy. He's best man. He is best. Okay, J.O.S.H is best. I said it. J.O.S.H deserves better. I haven't finished Hercules. I'm currently in pout mode over Hercules because I'm in the second to last season, if that gives you a vibe of where I am in the story. So, yeah.
It's been so long, I don't remember.
Okay, something bad happened to J.O.S.H. And then my girl from Firefly that I love so much, I think her name is Nebula in the show. Okay, that's my girl. I love her. I love that actress. You only turned into Xena for Lucy Lawless. I feel like that was most people.
I mean,
And
Lucy Lawless, honestly, she should have played Wonder Woman back in the 90s. Like, they should have
I could
made
have
a
seen
Wonder
that.
Woman movie starring Lucy Lawless. Absolutely.
Yeah, I could have totally seen that. 100%. I believe that. Um, I will also say, from the little that I see of Xena, so the Xena I see before when she's bad, and the Xena I see after when apparently she's quote unquote a good person. Um, the her outfit, she took a massive downgrade in her outfits, okay, when she became a good person, and I don't support that narrative. You should have awesome outfits whether you're evil or good. Why do you have to take a hit in the costume department when you're a good person? I get it. It's Spartan armor. I understand, but come on now. it's still, she still had way cooler outfits when she was evil. So
Again, it's been so long.
that's been my TED talk. Well, I earlier, like before we moved, we were watching Hercules, and then something bad happened to J.O.S.H. If you've played Diablo 3, something similar happened to a character in Diablo 3. And I hate that. I hate that I hate it. I hate it when that happens. It's always a character I like. I always like the ones that horrible things happen to. I don't know why. It's not fair. So anyway, yeah. And yeah, I said fight. I said that Xena sucks. Good Xena is not is no bad. Xena is a terrible person. And you would have to give me a lot more than like basically an episode and a half to convince me that she's better than that, and then just continue acting like she's good. Because that needed to be like a season long arc for her character. That gave me an episode and a half for. That as somebody who binged it, which I understand was probably not how it was thought that you were ever gonna do. You have like a week between episodes, right? So it's like, okay, 2 weeks. So you have 2 weeks kind of to digest that this person is converting to good, whereas I had an episode and a half. You know,
Mm-hmm.
It gives you the illusion that more time has passed when you release them weekly.
Yes.
So, just saying. Anyway, so yeah, we're doing an analysis video today, guys.
My
We're doing it.
goodness.
We're going back to what we were doing before my life got crazy. Not that it's still not crazy. I mean, it still is crazy. It's just I have the energy at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're doing it. It's happening. It's
And it should be pointed out we are out of Neil Breen films to watch, so that's another reason we had to go back to our roots.
You're not supposed to actually tell them the real reason, okay? All right. I will say though, I found out yesterday that apparently BuzzFeed is making a horror movie, and
What?
I kind of feel like I have to watch that at some point. Yeah, they're. I thought they were bankrupt, so I don't. But they're making a horror movie based on a Twitter thread. It's based on a Twitter thread, which is potentially the most BuzzFeed thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. Yeah, there's this Twitter thread where this guy basically made this account that was quote unquote documenting his him dealing with this small child that was haunting him. And yeah, I watched the trailer, and they had the audacity to put in based on true events when it was a fake Twitter thread of like a story that this guy just made up. And this guy was like documenting his daily, dealing with it daily. And it was very, very, very fake. And do you want to know even something more hilarious? Do you want to know when this Twitter thread happened? 6 years ago. 6 years ago.
Okay.
In internet time, that is basically a century ago.
Yeah.
All right, internet moves very fast. I would be shocked if anybody remembered that. Unironically, I didn't even remember it. Hell, I wasn't even on Twitter 6 years ago. So I definitely don't remember that. But yeah, it was yeah, they're a very fake ass Twitter thread that is apparently quote unquote based on real events. And yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to watch it. Okay, I understand that, Ram Bam, but you can't look me in the eye and tell me that her outfits after she became a good person was anywhere near as awesome as her evil armor, okay? Oh my god, hello there. Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
And again, it's been so long. I'm actually going to look this up.
What?
Her bad outfit compared to her good outfit.
Yeah, look up evil Xena outfit, okay? Where they look awesome, and then look at Xena Warrior Princess, which is a hilarious title. Where it's brown and boring and lame. You never rewatched
It is actually armor this time, though.
Yeah, no, I know. It's armor versus an awesome outfit. I'm just suggesting that you can have an awesome outfit that is also armor. Okay? I'm just saying you can look good and still be armored. I'm just saying.
There's a Xeno reboot in the works.
Probably. Would you be surprised? Oh my god. Oh, Chris gave me another thumbnail. Hold on. I don't know if I can change it while I'm live. Hold on a second. Change thumbnail? Question mark?
Oh?
Oh my gosh, he sent it in the DMs, so I have to do the stupid thing with Twitter, which is I have to open it in a different tab, then screenshot it. Hold on. So,
this is very important.
Let me try it this way. It is very important. Alright? It is. It's very important. I don't know what you mean. It has a little kitty cat in there. Okay. That's very important.
That is
incredibly important.
Yes.
The max file size for YouTube thumbnails is 2 megabytes. Please make your image smaller. You suck. You know what? We're just gonna use it. We're just gonna use it for the backdrop of this. We're just gonna use it for the backdrop of this because YouTube is being dumb. There we go.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do that. Because it's being a big silly dumb. See, there we go. I did it. And there's a little, you can see my little kitty cat eye peeking out from the sunshine. Leah Thompson. Oh my god, don't even. Ooh.
Nice.
A rainy Saturday evening. Is that not just your standard evening and you know, in the
I thought it was
Brittonland?
raining all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Have I been lied to? Is it not rainy and cloudy all the time in Brittonland? A new country I just invented. Anyway, so phase 4. So I have an unfortunate decent amount of knowledge of phase 4. Mostly because it was just a train wreck I really couldn't stop looking at, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't.
Yeah.
It can't rain all the time. You don't know that. You who live there don't know it. See, it is actually raining. Yeah, see? I know it.
Tried to call us out, did you, Palpy? I see how it is.
Ah. But yeah, so I had 3 options because I was trying to figure out something to cover for this week, and I refused to watch the Indiana Jones movie. I won't do it. You're not doing that to me. All right, I love Indiana Jones. All right, it's something my family bonded over growing up. I refuse.
You mean you don't want to watch Harrison Ford yell at a bunch of hippies to turn down their music?
I feel like that's just a normal day for Harrison Ford, is it not?
It probably is.
I mean,
It probably is, truth be told.
Yeah, he just yelled at a bunch of TikTokers to get off his lawn.
Yeah.
I think you could get monetized now. I can from the subscribers. I don't know if I have the watch hours because I don't even remember the last time I looked at my watch hours. So I have no idea. I like parts of the 4th one. I have to say, I like parts of the 4th one.
I liked some ideas of the 4th one, but the execution was awful.
I will happily take the 4th one over the 5th one any day of the week. Just because
I'll just take the original 3.
I'm just saying. It's like remember the prequel situation when the sequels in Star Wars happened?
Yeah, the prequels still suck. I'm sticking with that.
Yeah, but I mean, it could have gotten so much worse, and then we got worse, and it was like, oh my god.
Yeah, but just because something is god awful doesn't mean that something else doesn't suck.
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying
the prequels
that
suck, but the sequel trilogy was god awful. But that doesn't mean the prequels are good. I will stand by that.
Josh, I understand you're having a passionate moment. Okay, I'm telling you that there is a charm to the prequels that I kind of like. Okay, I can watch you and not want to die. You know what I mean? All right, I can
yes,
watch them
I'll give you that.
And not want to rip my hair out. So it's like, okay, all right, we're good with that. Okay, so I can watch the 4th Indiana Jones and not want to rip my hair out for the most part. All right, it was weird.
And even though I don't find the prequels to be well done films overall, there is still a clear vision in them, unlike the sequel trilogy, which was all over the place.
Because there wasn't a clear vision. Because
there wasn't.
You literally had directors fighting each other while making
directors
the movie
fighting each other. You had committees, all like throwing in what they need to have. You need to have this. You need to have this. Whereas the prequels was essentially a character study of who Anakin Skywalker is before his fall. It could have been done better, but that's essentially what the prequels were.
Yeah, of course you have fond memories of the prequels. You won.
Yeah.
You won the prequels. Yeah, of course you do, Palpatine.
And according to Rise of Skywalker, Palpatine ultimately won.
Yes. Palpatine had the big W by the end of the Star Wars universe, okay?
Yeah.
All right? Big, massive W. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you get bad, and then you get so much worse, and then you kind of appreciate what you had before, even if it wasn't good, if that makes sense.
But I'll just go back to the original trilogy, which were all three were really, really solid.
No, yeah, I know. I'm not stating that you won't do that. I'm stating what was considered the worst thing is no longer the worst thing, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So there's a
I agree with
charm
that.
and a kind of fondness looking back on the thing that you thought was the worst thing when you got so much worse, and you're like, oh well, it's just kind of like, just maybe I hated on you a little bit too hard, or I kind of liked all of these things, and whereas in this one I basically don't like any of it. It's just and I'll take the original trilogy over
Winner, Sarlacc
dinner. That's funny. And yes, the midichlorians were dumb. They were kind of silly. I was totally happy with you were trying to introduce science to that, but you also have to remember, do you remember what was going on during that time period too? Do you remember that you were getting like prayer out of schools? You had evolution versus creationism happening, and so it was kind of like George Lucas was doing the science thing instead of the religion thing when it came to the Force. That's what it felt like to me after rewatching them. I don't think that was a good call. I think that was a really bad call overall.
Especially since if you go back and look at the very, very...
Oh my god. No, Josh. The midichlorians got him.
What just happened?
I don't know.
What just happened?
Silenced by the Force. You were silenced by the Force. I don't know. Wait, do you have a short? I think you might have a short in your microphone cable. No, my goodness. No, Josh, no. Wait, is this the universe telling us to shut up and do the Phase 4 video? Oh no! Oh no, I'm by myself. Private chat? Oh, he's BRBing. Oh my goodness. You know what? I can't deny it, Palpy. Okay. The Sith swirl is fantastic. Okay. We do love a good spinning Palpatine. Alright. No. Oh no, it's because he merged Mark and Brie. It was too powerful. Oh yeah, no. George Lucas is definitely one of those directors that needs to almost be directed himself. Like he's kind of like you gotta keep him on the trail, because if you don't keep him on the trail, he'll keep wandering off and oh look at the pretty flowers over here. Oh look, there's a duck over here, and it's just like no, George, just stay on this trail. All right. Hey, Keely. I'm alone. So sad. So sad. I'm so alone. But anyway, enough about Star Wars. We'll just Phase 4. I was trying to figure out something we could cover. Refused to do Indiana Jones. I'm not watching the Barbie movie because I don't care. Let's see. I didn't watch The Flash. So yeah, a lot of recent movies I haven't seen. Whereas I'm a lot more familiar with Phase 4. Due to me actually watching some of it and then watching some of the in-depth reviews that like Mueller would do, where it was literally like a frame by frame of the movie. So I decided to focus on Phase 4 for this lovely analysis, and I had three options. You need to see that. Is it on Corp's shoulder? That's funny. Hello there.
Hi.
That was the Brie Mark too. The Mark Brie, was it too powerful?
I think the Mark Brie was too powerful.
Yes. It's alright. We threw away the conversation about Star Wars. We're talking about the Phase 4 stuff now.
That's fair.
Yeah. The Force got you, and Mark Brie Mark, whatever that amalgamation is. Yeah. It took you out. So we gotta stick on topic, Josh.
Oh my goodness.
I know. But I chose Phase 4 because I don't care a lot about the shit that's happening now for the most part, and I haven't seen a lot of it. Whereas I'm way more familiar with what happened in Phase 4 because it was a train wreck. You couldn't quite look away from.
Yeah.
And I was trying to research which a video for us to cover because none of our usual people have been covering anything of interest. Renegade Cut has unfortunately gone down a super political rabbit hole, and it's tragic. It's tragic, really. And like nobody else is covering anything of interest, so I just put a random search into the old YouTubes, and yeah, I found three videos that had potential. One was hilariously called a video essay, and it was 4 minutes long.
That's not an essay. That's a short assignment.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I don't really know. The other one was 38 minutes long, and it went into detail over like specific movies. There were movies in his and shows in there that I didn't even know happened, that I literally haven't heard anyone talk about. So something about a werewolf. There was a Marvel property about werewolves somehow.
Oh, was that the Halloween specials that they did on the Disney Plus shows?
I don't know. Werewolf Marvel or Werewolf MCU. Oh, Werewolf by Night. And
Okay.
I was very confused because that made me go, okay, maybe I can't just maybe I don't really have the ability to go over somebody's video essay over that specifically talks about every single movie and not just Phase 4 in general, because the stuff that I have seen all had very similar problems kind of overall with it. And so talking about very specific movies, it's like, I mean, some of those I haven't seen, honestly.
Mm.
So it was just, yeah, I don't think I could fairly analyze this video. So I went with this one. It's a 19-minute video.
Okay.
All right. It's called Why You're Wrong About Marvel's Phase 4. Very excited.
So that automatically starts with the premise of most people think Phase 4 is terrible.
Yes.
That's the implied version, right?
Yeah, the majority of people. And I have no problem with somebody with a dissenting opinion making a video, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I am totally cool with having my opinion challenged. Unless I am just so right that there's no way somebody could argue, you know, like, how do like, generally speaking, murder is wrong. I know.
That is a controversial hot take right there.
I know. Just, I didn't say killing. I said murder.
This is
There
true.
is a difference.
There is a difference.
All right. Murder implies that you are
murder
planning
in
on doing
general,
it.
yeah. Because like I've recently started. I've recently been watching a lot of like true crime videos.
Oh
With
my
like,
god, me too. Okay, we
with,
need to discuss our favorite channels after the stream.
but like a lot of it includes like real police interrogations.
Oh my god, me too. Stop it, Josh. What the hell?
Wow. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Now we have to. Okay, what is your favorite?
Red Tree Stories. I think they're great.
Red Tree Stories. Ewu is my other go-to.
Ewu. Oh yeah. Okay.
Explore with us, yes. So, all right,
But
cool. I've been on a binge of Red Tree Stories lately. So yes, that's hilarious. Josh,
Arwen!
what are you doing on my YouTube channel? Arwen. Oh my god, Arwen. Arwen, can you tell Arlena that I know I suck and I didn't get around to sending her the registry, even though she gave me 2 extra days to do it? Because I suck. I'm really bad. I got overwhelmed this week.
By the way, Eris, I needed to remind you to send out the registry to people.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were going to tell me that Becky was coming 2 months ago. Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try to do it. I will. I don't have anything else planned this weekend other than unpacking, which is going to probably be the plan for a while. But I suck.
Yay, adulting.
I meant to text Arlena back, and Arwen coming in the chat reminded me that I didn't do that because I suck. But anyway, I'm excited.
Anyway, my point was before we got derailed there.
Sorry.
Was the since I started watching a bunch of like true crime police interrogations, there are some cops' voices where I'm like, dear God, I will confess to anything. Just stop talking.
I don't like watching the incompetent ones. So, like in the title, if it's like basically like the police are incompetent, or if I'm watching it and the police are, I'm just like, I don't want to watch them be incompetent. You know, I don't want to watch somebody who's actually innocent. You know, it is genuinely shocking how many people get read their Miranda rights like flat out,
and then just talk. It's like,
yes,
you have the right to remain silent. Take them up on that.
Yes, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, and you have the right
they mean that. They really mean that.
They mean it. That's why they're recording everything, and you have the right to an attorney. And if you do not have an attorney, one will be appointed to you. And nobody hears those words and thinks, I'm going to ask for a lawyer. Shut up, and you can't use shit against me. Because you're not allowed as even.
Well, no, I did see one video where the guy read his rights and then asked him like, okay, do you understand what I just told you? And then he just didn't say anything. He just kept quiet. Oh. It's like,
did you get it? No. Apparently, Josh and I somehow Josh and I have somehow been having a similar rabbit hole of going down like the true crime police interrogation analysis on watching YouTube this week. I did not get arrested. I know the Miranda. I know how to Mirandize somebody because I memorized it when I was thinking I was going to be a cop. And then realized I didn't have the personality for it. So, Paulpeheimer.
Palpaheimer. Okay.
Pappenheimer, yes. Yes.
I mean, the Death Star is basically like the bomb, just a million times more powerful, right?
Yeah, you know.
It does the same thing, just to a whole
Yeah,
planet.
that's the same thing. Yeah, instead of an area, it's a planet.
Yeah.
So, all right. Are we ready? Are we ready to go over this?
Let's see why we're wrong about Marvel Phase 4.
I'm excited. All right. I think if I remember. Yeah, okay, good. It saved my settings. I usually try to keep it a little down because it gets really loud. All right, let's do it.
MCU's lost its way after End.
Oh, hold on. I mean,
That is
The
way too quiet.
MCU's lost its way.
oh, okay, interesting.
Hey, Loki.
Boop. This is a boop. Boop boop.
The MCU's lost its way.
Yes.
That's better.
Better?
That's better.
All right. Any more? Or
Yeah.
we good?
Can you guys in chat hear it?
He's a lot quieter than the ones we usually use. Hello there. I didn't get a hi. Aw.
He sees you every
not-
day.
You're definitely not like 5 feet away from me in a different room, but you know, it's fine. I know you. So, all right.
Not really,
Yeah,
Chris?
no.
Okay.
Not really? Okay. We'll boost it up. Boop.
The MCU's lost its way.
How about that?
Oh my god, bye, Loki.
I have. I don't know if it's good. Is the volume good for everyone in chat? Perfect. Perfect. All right, we got a
Okay.
perfect. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna start over.
All right.
All right, the MCU has lost its way. Okay, let's do this.
The
Okay.
MCU's lost its way. After Endgame, the wheels fell off. These last couple of years have had no focus, no direction. There's no crossovers,
Breach!
it's not building to anything. It's just a bunch of random projects. Phase
What?
Where is he wrong?
Oh, I think he's just quoting people.
Yeah, he's laying out the arguments, and then now he's gonna add in a now. This is why these arguments fail, or this is why they're wrong.
Okay. All right, I got you. All right.
Phase 4 is a mess. That's what you've heard, at least. That's probably what a lot of you think yourselves. In this video, I'm going to do my best to convince you that you're wrong. Because from
Okay.
where
See?
I'm standing, Phase 4
That doesn't. This movie does not count.
No, because this was Sony.
No, it just doesn't count as MCU. At least not to me. I mean, but if it does count as MCU, this was by far the best. Not even close.
I mean, this is technically. I believe this was the technical beginning of Phase 4.
Yes.
And overall, this movie was just fun.
That would be funny. That would be funny. And now, you know what, Loki? I can see that you're going to tell everyone else hi but me, you big butt. So rude. Mean.
what isn't the jumble
Oh, sorry.
heap of loose ends so many others are claiming. It has a focus. It has a direction. It's just less linear, less plot-focused a direction.
Don't get me started on stupid zombie Doctor Strange, okay? Defender Strange deserved better. Change my mind, you cannot. Defender Strange saved the entire multiverse, and he is now, his body's being puppeted for, like, kind of a comedic effect. His rotting corpse was never laid to burial. He's just being puppeted.
And Zombie Strange certainly went through a ton of decay in like 2 days.
It's some magic. You could almost say it was strange.
But yeah,
Then we've maybe
Multiverse of Madness. It's like, how can you watch that film and say, no, that was good?
Yay! I did it. You cannot. I don't know how you could. It's bad. Oh god. I have a strong hatred for Wanda, which really sucks because I absolutely love the Scarlet Witch. And I have such a hatred for her as a character. She is
But
so
you don't know
evil.
what she's gone through.
I'm pretty sure there are people who have gone through equal, if not worse, and they didn't
Without
do what she
mind
did.
raping people?
Mind raping people, psychologically abusing them to the point that they were like, people would just be stuck in their beds, like shitting themselves and starving and just like, you know, um, dying of thirst. Children are locked in their rooms, small
Yeah.
children, babies locked away from their parents because they weren't part of the story. And that's just in WandaVision. I mean, that's just like the bare minimum I can think of off the top of my head that was introduced to us as potential in WandaVision. And then she goes and she absolutely obliterates some of the most beloved characters in all of Marvel, period. For no reason. Also, Patrick Stewart, please retire, sir. Please. Please retire. Stop it.
I'm in talks to do a Picard movie now.
Stop it. Please, for the love of God, just go enjoy whatever you have.
It's like
Okay,
you're
I'm starting
80.
to get...
He's what, 81, 82 now? It's like, just relax. You've earned it.
I just... You know,
Then again, he has like 4 alimonies to pay.
Oh my god, yes. Just Patrick Stewart, sir. You need to stop having your family convince you to continue doing projects. I'm starting to think it's the Bruce Willis thing, where his family like made him do that stuff.
Yeah,
even
that
though
might
he
be.
had like, I'm starting to get that vibe.
Ram Bam, are you suggesting we should like put Patrick Stewart in a farm where he'll be happier?
Don't put him in a farm. Just put him in some amazing ass place. Just let him retire. Okay? Thank you. Just let him retire. That's all I'm asking. But Multiverse of Madness had so many problems with it. It won't stop. It won't stop. I hate Wanda. And I have no sympathy for her in any way, shape, or form. At all. And I just don't. Period. End of story.
And who was it? Palpy mentioned that Doctor Strange 2 relied on the fact that you had seen WandaVision and knew she was a bad guy. Because if you didn't watch WandaVision, her being a bad guy in that movie comes completely out of nowhere.
Yes, no, I'm totally aware of that. I don't really have as much.
That's a problem.
It is, but that's just like the beginning of the problems, because Wanda, they so badly in WandaVision tried to convince me that no, it's fine. It's totally fine. And you know what the worst part was? Is I was convinced until my brain just like accepted. Because I couldn't, I absolutely love, like I said, I love the Scarlet Witch. And I think she's a fascinating character. And,
Yeah.
I think she's so cool. I like the chaos manipulation. That's a power that you don't see in good guys. And I always have been fascinated with that power being in a good guy, quote unquote, instead of being in, like, chaos manipulation is a villain power, generally speaking. But it's not. It's in Wanda, because she's a good guy. So it's very interesting to see a good guy's approach to what generically would be considered a evil power, and I they
Well,
ruined her.
and keep in mind, especially the comic version of Wanda, she has magic because she's trained in those ways, but she's also a mutant that has reality warping abilities. So she has
Yes.
both mutant powers and magic. That's what makes her such a unique and very powerful person to deal with.
Yes.
And Palpy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to judge. I didn't mean to judge Palpy.
No. There's different versions of bad guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Poppy, we love you. We love you, Poppy. It's all right.
I wasn't judging.
Wanda's a terrible mind rapist. Okay, you just blew up planets. All right, those are two completely different things. You took over the government, and you blew up planets. And apparently did a better job at running the galaxy than the Republic did, according to the sequel trilogy. So good job.
Yeah. And Philip A. Demick has a great point. Yeah, because Wanda started out in the comic as a villain, it makes her an interesting hero. She was only bad in like the first movie that she was in, and then instantly a good guy. Whereas they could have spent more time with her as a villain and have her like on this redemption arc, and then fall again. That you could have done something with that, and that could have been interesting.
Yeah.
Instead
she
of
could
just
have been good. Yeah.
And what was the previous Doctor Strange director's name? Josh Donaldson or something like that?
I don't know.
He did the first Doctor Strange movie.
Okay.
See, I mean that's a good point. I hear you. I hear you, Palpy.
30-minute detour.
But his original script for Doctor Strange 2 was bring in Wanda, have them go. It was going to be like a team up buddy cop type of movie, but they have disagreements, and it would end with Wanda falling and becoming evil, setting her up as a villain in the future.
Okay.
For Doctor Strange 3, instead of what this one did, just she's evil.
Well, to be fair, she is evil. I think her starting as a villain.
But I'm going off of the idea of someone like most people who are just watching the movies, who haven't watched WandaVision. If they go to the movie, it's like, wait, what? Last time I saw her, she was in Endgame, and she was one of the good guys. What happened?
Yes, I agree. You have to be aware that not everyone's going to watch your TV series.
Yes.
Except for like a lot of the big fans of it. So you have to just be aware of that. But honestly, her starting out as a villain,
which is why they should just be side stories. You shouldn't try to do like big character moments in the shows, because very few people, only like a quarter of your audience is going to watch the show.
Correct.
It should just be a fun side story.
Yes. So Wanda starting as a villain, kind of over a misunderstanding and the manipulation of her, right? I think that's interesting. She loses her brother. She realizes kind of through
in a very stupid way, but yes.
Okay, yeah, it's dumb, but we'll just roll with it, okay? And through that tragedy, she kind of sees, oh shit, I think I picked the wrong side. I did it wrong. Maybe I'm not doing the good thing, and she still disagrees with Tony Stark, and that's perfectly fine. No one, that's fine. And she becomes on the way to a good guy. There's apparently a time skip. She's now officially a good guy in the next movie. Kind of wish there wasn't that time skip, but whatever.
Yeah.
Then she kind of hits peak good guy right as she loses Vision.
Well,
That's
and
kind of how I viewed it.
was it?
So,
Uh,
and then Vision's death is so
it's been
messed
so
up.
long.
Oh shit!
Um,
Oh, Thanos trailed her so hard.
Was it. I want to say it was
Yes.
Winter Soldier. I could be wrong on that, but
Well, I don't know.
it-
What are you
one of
talking
the
about?
one of the Captain America movies, the one where they had like the big superhero fight scene.
Oh, that's
Was I
Civil
think that
War.
was Civil War. That's it. That was it was Civil War.
Yes.
If you remember in that movie, at one point she's like trying to contain like a bomb explosion, and she's like doing her best, to like keep it out of the way of people, and it explodes right next to a building.
It's right at the yeah. She ends up killing people. It's at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah,
that's in the first act.
So like her having like regret at people's losing their lives because of her actions, even though she was trying to do good. Like you guys did such a great job with her in that moment, and like it carried her character throughout the rest of that film. To then just be, I miss my imaginary kids. Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of the worst parts of Multiverse of Madness, and this has been pointed out several times, is the focus on the kids and not Vision. Because I'm sorry, I did watch Endgame and I did watch Infinity War, so I am very well aware that Wanda's grief was because she had to save the universe. She had to sacrifice the one person she loved more than anything, and she had to kill him. And then Thanos, who was apparently just lurking in the trees, uses the time stone to undo that moment so that she can then she who is right at like the throes of grief because she had to kill the man she loved, then has to watch him come back to life, and then he rips that out of her, knowing that she not only did she fail, but she killed him basically for nothing. So,
and it was a great moment for, and it was an interesting thing for Thanos because it let you know he's well, not just that, but it's also he's like, okay, I know I can fix this. How far are these people willing to go? And so it was showing how tactical he is as well.
Oh yeah, he basically emotionally and psychologically destroyed what his one of his greatest what would have been like one of like the hardest enemies to overcome, the Scarlet Witch, because she has her abilities kind of allow her to not be obviously on par with the Infinity Stones, but at least have a decent shot. Whereas most of the other Avengers have literally Black Widow has zero chance. There is a negative chance of her doing shit against Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, whereas Wanda has a shot because of her powers.
Slim shot, but yes.
But there is a shot, regardless. It doesn't matter if it's slim or not. There are so many Avengers that have absolutely no shot whatsoever.
Which is why, like, one of the final shots of in Infinity War was one of the most inspirational, where Captain America is just standing up to Thanos. He's defeated everyone else. It's like we all know he can't take him on, but he was standing up regardless. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. So that's also just Captain America in general.
Yes.
He is that guy who would do that.
Yes.
He doesn't care. That's in it.
And then go work for Ruin Johnson. But okay.
Anyway.
And voice Buzz Lightyear, and people remember that, right?
Oh, I forgot. Holy hell, that did happen. I think I remember the cat more than I remembered that movie. Again, I remember the cat in Captain Marvel more than I remember the movie, but that's fine. Anyway, so It's just, to me,
You mean that movie?
it's very interesting. No, stop. You're gonna destroy the universe again.
Oh, that's true. That's true. The
No,
Brie mark is very powerful.
it is very powerful. But yeah, anyway, just to like Wanda WandaVision was very interesting because it did, in a way, it did connect back to her grief over Vision. The
Yes.
problem is that for some unknown reason her grief was now solely transferred to the kids. And I can't I can't believe that this is something that the MCU has completely forgotten about. There's an actual alive Vision rolling around out there, grayscale.
Yes.
He's just alive, just cruising around, ignoring everything that's happening. Apparently, just straight up ignoring what's happening with Wanda, even though he 1000% would know that something was happening to Wanda, because they're almost like linked, you know? And yet, she doesn't look for him. She doesn't even try to find him, doesn't try to get him back, doesn't try to do anything. When she goes to other universes, she doesn't try to find one where he's in it, because he's just not in it for some reason. It's only the kids. She's only worried about the kids. And it's just like, no.
And I'm guessing the answer is because the actor's contract was up. I'm guessing that's the reason why.
That's a stupid reason, and I reject it.
It's like, okay, if his contract's up, you can always recast. You can always do that.
Yeah. She doesn't even really talk about Vision in the movie.
No.
She doesn't. She only cares about the kids. And I'm just like, okay. I could understand if Vision was like literally completely dead and like he was somehow eradicated from all multiverses. So like that, the only thing she had left of him were the imaginary kids that were theirs. And so now she's trying to seek that out because she literally can't get Vision back. But that's not an option. Because Vision exists.
That might have been an interesting thing. Get Vision in like a cameo or something at the beginning of the movie, and in order for him to save the multiverse, he gets erased from the multiverse, and so Wanda is the only person who has any memory of him. You could have done something with that.
But there's still kids out there that are her and Vision's. So like their legacy still exists, even if he doesn't. Now I don't know how that would work necessarily. You'd have to do some sci-fi bullshit to cover that up a little bit, but you could make that work so that the reason why she is so adamant about the kids is that's all that's left of Vision is those children. And hers were imaginary, and so she is seeking them out in this desperate like need of and don't have her steal them, have her protect them, and have her like in this I have to protect my children kind of phase. I have to protect him, I have to protect our children. And like she is unable to do that in her current universe, so she has to get America Chavez to then jump to different realities to make sure she can protect them. But she can't protect them all because it's an infinite amount of multiverse. So it's like this, this tragic thing. Or you could have it so that the ripple of Vision leaving will destroy the kids, but she has some spell or something. You could do that. Now you're getting a little convoluted the more that thought progresses on, right? But quite frankly, that should have been a separate movie. That shouldn't have been a Doctor Strange movie. That should have been a Wanda movie. I know, having a female lead a superhero movie.
Oh my goodness.
Instead of having a male, name on the poster and then just having the woman actually be the main character. It's like, psych! This is not a Doctor Strange movie. It's a Wanda movie. It's like, no. I think she can hold her own. You could just call it the Scarlet Witch. I know, shocking. Could she change her face magic? I don't know. I don't know what the limits are to magic, especially when I haven't had a good magic, a good thorough explanation of the magic system. And apparently hex magic and sorcery are two different things. Anyway, moving on. I'm gonna hit play.
We're only
We've seen
40
before
seconds
with
into the movie.
franchise. And in a
I know,
word,
right?
it's expansion. Expansion across genre, across
Oh,
form,
God.
across different realities and
Oh god, it was Loki. I was like, what is this shitty ass cinematography? And it was Loki. Oh god.
franchises into new mediums and even into new cultures. The thing that unites Phase 4, that characterizes it, that drives it, is this sense of innovation across countless fronts. And if we just take a look at all of these new directions the MCU's taken since Endgame, I think you'll begin to see that Phase 4 does have a purpose, does have a focus. But just
To make money.
I'm so to continue making money. Endgame felt like a nice close for that chapter. And you know what you could have done? You could have done X-Men. You didn't have to continue the MCU. You could have done it in X-Men style and like not brought that in. So you could have done a whole ass like X-Men and Fantastic Four, kind of thing, and then brought in Spider-Man, and a little bit of Deadpool. You remember the Spider-Man cartoon series? You remember how you would just, you just have like
Which
the
one? There've been
Fantastic
several.
Four. Okay, the Spider-Man cartoon series. Okay, like
Again, there've been
OG.
several.
Oh, okay. The I'm trying to remember
Spider-Man had
what
at
it was
least
called.
3 different cartoon shows in the 80s. I mean, which one are you talking about?
Okay, I'm talking about the one that had like the crossovers where you would have like X-Men popping in, and you'd have Venom.
You're
would
really
be
not
there.
helping.
Oh my god. Okay.
Are you referring to Spider-Man the animated series from like the early mid '90s?
Series. I know what it looks like because I watched it a little bit. 1994. There we go.
Okay, that sounds like it would have been Spider-Man the animated series.
Okay, I don't know all the Spider-Man stuff because I don't really know that much about Spider-Man. But I watched that, and I really liked how they crossed over different characters to make it feel like there was
with the X-Men animated series. Yep.
Yes, I liked that. I liked how it felt. It felt like it was a big universe, and there was things happening all the time, and people would run into each other. I liked that. I really did. But
yeah,
and I think you could have ended like the Avengers. You could have ended the Avengers MCU phase, right? And then you could have moved on to X-Men. You could have moved on to Fantastic Four, and had like Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is like the
but aren't you glad that we finally got to see Mr. Fantastic get ripped apart? That was great.
The spaghettification of Mr. Fantastic, and yeah, I was very happy because I you know what, I was really excited when I saw John Krasinski because I thought him and his wife, which I told it is Emily Blunt. Yeah,
yep.
They made, first of all, they're already husband and wife IRL, so that chemistry is already there, and they would have made a great Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman.
That would be fantastic casting right there. It really would be.
I mean, they're great. They look the roles. Oh, you'd have to dye John there, right? And kind of give him that little white streak, little white thing. You'd have to eat it a little bit, kind of like with Doctor Strange. You had to do the little but it's fine. You could have done it. They have the charisma. It looked great in his outfit. And again, yeah, I think it would have been super funny to have Chris Evans play,
Johnny Storm.
Wow, yes, Johnny Storm, just for funsies. But he's too expensive now, so whatever. But you get someone to play Johnny Storm. I don't know who you get to play the Thing, but you just.
Can I just say the early 2000s versions, the suit Michael Chiklis had to wear for the Thing, that still looks amazing.
Oh, I think it looked fine. I'm again not that big of a Fantastic Four knowledge, but I thought the casting was pretty solid. I thought the outfits looked great. I thought including Doctor Doom, I thought everything looked pretty good. I just don't think
they still haven't gotten Doctor Doom right in terms of how in terms of his performance.
I thought his costume looked cool though.
The costume looked all right, but the Doctor Dooms that we've seen in film so far has not been the Doctor Doom from the comics at all.
Oh, okay. I literally know nothing about that character other than the
he
films,
he is a master scientist and wizard. So his country is a technological magical marvel of a place.
Oh, Wakanda.
Well, only he also severely represses his people as well.
Wakanda. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you have these giant skyscrapers and the rest of your people are living in huts. That's repression. Don't even.
But I mean, Doctor Doom was once cast back in time to the dinosaur era, and he got back by simply living it with his magic keeping him young.
Wow. Okay.
It's I mean, he's also very arrogant, and he's also very, very theatrical, and so we've not seen that.
Nice. I love me a dramatic villain. Loki's gotten me to watch the
he's
G.I. Joe series.
He's very over the top, and
Good.
You shall not destroy Doctor Doom's plans. He's very along those lines. It's yes, I want to see that.
Nice. I've started watching the G.I. Joe cartoons with Loki because we got the box set. And Cobra Commander is my favorite, by far.
Cobra Commander was
hilarious.
Great. Cobra Commander was hilarious.
Wonderful. I love him. We also found out he was voiced by the guy that did Starscream, and you can literally just hear it. And so we're barely into season 1, so we just started yesterday. But I love Cobra Commander, and he's just so dramatic. And I feel bad for him because he could have very easily taken over this planet, but he's just surrounded by idiots. And just has the most dumb minions ever. I'm just look at how much money these people have. I'm glad he dropped the Cobra to the hiss. It's no, commit to the snake. All right, I'm disappointed that the Cobra Arena is called the Cobra Arena and it's not called the Asp Arena or the Snake Stadium. Okay, I'm kind of sad about that. I think his Cobra throne needs to be in my living room at some point. Just for the aesthetic of it.
I hear you, Palpy. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Vader was good until his son came along and ruined everything, okay? He was a good minion, wasn't he? I mean, he was good. He did his job. Quite frankly, I think they were more scared of Vader than they were of you, But, I mean, he was so good at your job, you didn't have to do anything. You could just sit in a squeaky chair.
No, hold on. No. People were far more terrified of the Emperor.
Okay.
If you remember if you remember Return of the Jedi, when Vader tells them we need to get this place up and running and be proper, they're like, Lord Vader, my men are already exhausted with the amount of work, but we're working behind. I need more manpower. And then Vader tells him, well, you can tell the Emperor that when he gets here. And the guy just goes, oh, shit.
Okay, it's basically like your mom telling you, wait till your father hears about this, and you're like, oh, okay. That's okay. All right, fine. And yes, Vader, when I say good, he was good at his job. Okay, he was efficient. He was dramatic. He struck the fear in the hearts of everyone. And you just had to sit on your squeaky chair and occasionally electrocute somebody if Vader didn't choke them out first. All right, he was good. He was good at his job, and his son ruined everything. So yeah, I know. I get it. I agree.
And I see what you did there, Poppy. I appreciate that.
Yes, I agree. That was fun. Rule by fear and ignorance, force lightning. And everything is always according to my plan, no matter what happens. Always. It's according to my plan. Yep.
Yes, I may have lost a limb, but everything's going according to plan.
Yes, I still haven't figured out how to turn off force lightning. I still haven't figured that one out yet. I've had years, I've had literal decades to figure out how to turn off force lightning, but that's fine.
I exploded twice, but everything's going to plan.
I exploded twice. I've electrocuted myself like once at least, It's just, oh man, it's tragic. Anyway, we always get, stop making us dragging us back to Star Wars, god damn it.
Just before I tell you about all the new things Phase 4's doing, I'm going to do something kind of new myself and tell you about a game I've recently been playing. Maybe.
You want
Of
to guess?
course.
You want to guess?
I mean, it does not look familiar to me, so I know it's not.
It should.
Raid.
It
Is
should.
it Raid?
It should.
Okay, it was Raid Shadow
Raid
Legends, of course.
Yes, that was another reason I decided to pick it, because I saw that it was Raid Shadow Legends.
I remember once seeing a YouTuber I actually really like and care about. He did an ad with Raid Shadow Legends once, and I was like, dude, are you really
I've seen
that hard
several.
up?
Yes. Oh, come on. It wasn't as bad as when Turkey Tom decided to do a Temu ad. Okay, that was horrific. I don't even... He did a Temu ad, and I was just like, alrighty, buddy.
Okay, that should be it.
Alright, we did it. Hey, look! Nice. 17 minutes left.
Free Epic Champion Tayrel, 200k.
No!
Oh my god!
I was pranked. I was utterly pranked.
Why would you go all black then like that? Okay.
It'll be right there. Okay. Alright. We're gonna hit
It'll
play.
be right there, guys.
It'll be right there.
But hey, you came here to hear about Phase 4, so let's get back.
I did. I did hear about it. I'm excited.
To the MCU. The most common point people like to make about Phase 4.
Yes!
What? You get 20% off. Yes. Yes, I agree. Yes. 100%.
Yes.
Yes. Alright.
4's supposed lack of direction is that it doesn't seem to
No. The sling rings don't exist. No, I don't know what you're talking about. There are no sling rings. What are you talking? No, there's no sling rings. Have you watched Multiverse of Madness? There are no sling rings.
No, but there was. He had one.
No,
that's the problem.
Almost 90% of their problems could have been solved with sling rings. So obviously there were no sling rings.
I know. And they also specifically mentioned that magic can't be used here, and then he uses magic to get there. Okay.
And then the mirror universe doesn't at all function like the mirror universe that I was told about. So.
I know. This movie was beyond broken.
Oh god, that was bad. I still don't know which one is worse. Like WandaVision. Okay, so WandaVision's terrible because of what it did. They massacred my girl. Okay, but Multiverse of Madness.
Hey, Colin.
So much, but how do you Loki or Multiverse of Madness? I still don't know which one is worse.
I didn't see Loki, so I can't say. But I mean, Black Panther 2
What?
is
Okay,
also pretty terrible.
I'm talking about like world building. So, do you know enough about Loki to understand how it broke the world, like the entire MCU universe?
I know it had something to do with like a multi-dimensional like office people who just choose to do things, and there's like so basically there's no free will.
Yeah,
But I've not
so-
actually seen it.
Okay. Well, I haven't actually like
Because
sat down
I
and watched
was
the
done
series.
with
I
all
can't.
I was done with all the Disney Plus shows after WandaVision. I was like, I'm done. I'm done with these.
Oh my god, yes. A revolving door. You just always coming. I love that. And comment on phase 4. You watch WandaVision and one episode of Winter Soldier. That is a fair stance to have. I have watched a few things. I watched WandaVision,
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Thor: Love and Thunder.
That was also terrible. It wasn't. It wasn't anywhere near this bad.
It was boring. That was the worst part of it. It was boring, and Valkyrie is useless. And you can't even name her as a character. Don't even try to act like that's an important
trying to
character
make
when you
Tessa
haven't given her a
Thompson a
name.
thing.
She's not a thing. Stop it. Loki was worse. Yes, the overall thing about Loki was everything exists because Kang wills it. And literally, in order to talk about the Loki series, you have to get past that as the explanation for everything because you can't actually digest anything past that knowledge being given to you in the MCU, and you can't analyze it. You just can't. You can't because literally everything exists because of Kang. That is the message of Loki. That and Tom Hiddleston, I never thought I'd tell you this, but stop being Loki. Go home. Go home. Go home, please. Stop it. Stop it for the love of God. Okay. I didn't like how he went out in Infinity War, but by God, I thought he was dead, and then they had the series, and they made it so much worse. Sylvie is an OC character that somebody threw in there as a self-insert. Don't even. So they could make out with Tom Hiddleston in their dreams. Don't even like try to pretend like that's not what happened, because I know that's what happened. I've read many a fanfic. Okay, I know the signs. Stupid thing, stupid show. I'm gonna have to make my favorite character in all of the MCU have the worst show ever. It's so rude. So rude.
To be building up to anything in a tightly focused way.
How dare you? How dare you show Robert Downey Jr.? Oh my goodness. See, the outside world also hates the fact that they're showing Robert Downey Jr. He wasn't in Phase 4. He sacrificed his life to save everything. And then in Falcon and Winter Soldier, everyone acts like Captain America did that, when in reality, he just selfishly went back in time, ignored every tragic event he knew historically happened, literally let 9/11 and the Vietnam War and all the other catastrophes occur.
When he's the one hero that should not do that. Out of
literally,
he is the of all the Avengers, he is the last one that would ever do that.
Yeah, because apparently nobody who wrote that watched the original Captain America movie and saw how he saw his reaction when he basically, quote unquote, like frozen time traveled into the future. And he was frozen and he had to deal with all that. No. He had to accept that it's his fate now. Him going back, that's so dumb. I hate it. I hate it so much. And also Falcon's fighting style does not match having a shield. Bucky's does.
No, it does not.
I'll never get over that. I'll literally never get over that. Aerial combat does not really need a shield as much. That means just generally speaking, you don't see you don't see people have a shield like that because that's a main weapon. That's your main. All right, that's not your backup. That's your main.
And it'd be like
Right?
one thing if like because I've seen like some superheroes who have like like a Vulture. Vulture's I think a good example. I've seen him use his wings as a shield during combat, but that's different. It's when he's like
Yeah,
on the ground.
Yes. The thing about aerial combat is you have air superiority, which means you are a lot more flexible with where you can go and what you can attack with because you have the air. You're not on the ground, so you're not having to do it. You can aim things, you can go up and aim things down, right? And a big aerial assault, you can dodge a lot easier. You can move around, generally speaking, unless you have like flash powers, a lot easier. The maneuverability is up. It's just it's a certain type of combat, and having a shield strapped to your arm does not work for that necessarily. It just doesn't. Whereas Bucky is a ground. He's literally a grounded hero, and him having an adamantium or vibranium, whichever the fuck it was, arm, and then having a adamantium / vibranium shield and the other one, that would work. That would actually work fairly well. Although honestly, neither one of those points. Who the hell cares about either one of those points? Because Captain America never would have done what he did anyway. So the shield being up for grabs is irrelevant to me, almost. Because I just don't think he would have done that. Of all characters, he would not have done that.
Literally the last one that would go back in time and then not help people ever again.
Yes.
He goes from a selfless character to a selfish character. Wow, what a great character arc! Thanks, guys.
Oh my god, it doesn't. Okay, so it's just vibranium. Okay.
Because adamantium is in the X-Men, so they can't use it, or they couldn't use it.
Oh my bad. Impenetrable special metal #1 in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Basically, I believe adamantium is stronger in the comics. I believe that's the case, but it's like they're both made up metals.
That's a fair point, Carl. Helen just said.
Yeah.
They do that a lot.
Sam Wilson was his own hero, completely on his own, unique abilities and everything. But let's just make him Captain America.
I thought Falcon was kind of a cool character because he had the wings, and I always like me a winged character. I like wings. I think they're cool. The only problem I generally have with winged characters is that you're kind of fucked if you get hit by anything, right? But if you have metal wings, that's different. That gives you a little bit more of an edge. So one of the main weaknesses of being a winged character is gone. So I think, that's cool. You can. One thing, apparently nobody's ever seen birds or seen how birds like attack each other. Here's a fun thing: in aerial combat with wings, you can fold your wings in
and then fall
and fall and have a shield, kind of a shield-esque thing. Also, I refuse to believe that in the MCU, with all the hyper technology, they do not have energy shields that are like skin, that are like over your skin. Just saying. I don't know why that's not a technology that hasn't been reached yet. Energy shields should be a thing.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're not. I don't know why. My wings are as a shield of steel. Yes. The Falcon was cool. The only single Jimmy. I know. Isn't it funny how they
Mm-hmm.
try to be so anti-racist they become racist?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, Rhodey wasn't Iron Man. He was War Machine. It was
Yeah.
a separate entity, and he never. You know what he didn't do? He didn't become Iron Man after Iron Man died. He continued to be War Machine / the
Yes.
Iron Patriot. Okay, he didn't just take that role over. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Falcon didn't need the shield to be a hero. He already was one. He was a hero before Falcon and the Winter Soldier even started because he helped save the universe from Thanos. So I think that certifies you as a hero. You thought Rhodey was a Skrull. I have not seen Secret Invasion. I literally checked out when they killed off Maria Hill in the first episode. I was gone. I was absolutely gone because I was one
And
character.
she's in the Marvels.
I'm so done. I refuse. I refuse because they never ever gave that character a chance. She was awesome.
Colby Summers is one of those people that needs a better agent.
Yeah, or read the script. Okay, man. Like I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we're gonna continue.
That no big team up or crossovers happened to tie together all these projects. And, well, I'm not so sure. First, there's plenty of setup throughout Phase 4. New chapters, new mysteries being teed up. The seeds have been sown for the Thunderbolts, primarily in Black Widow and the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. There's been a similar groundwork.
Ah, yes, that thing that literally not a single person has talked about since then.
Do you really want to talk about Black Widow? You're setting that as a good example of something?
And Falcon and the Winter Soldier as something.
Which I watched the first episode, and that was officially the last MCU show I've seen anything of.
Yeah.
Because I was so done after WandaVision, and then I saw that one, the first episode of Winter Soldier. I was like, oh, I'm out.
Am I terrible for thinking Kid Loki is an annoying fuck?
I mean, he looks it, but was that in the TV show?
That was in Loki, yeah, because it
Okay.
had a whole bunch of Lokis.
Okay.
So,
And then you also have Kamala Khan, and you introduced her on a Disney Plus show, which very few people have actually seen, and now she's going to be in a starring Marvel movie.
oh, she's Miss Marvel, right?
Yeah, the three Marvel characters are going to be in the Marvels. So you have Carol Danvers, you have Monica Rambeau, and you have Kamala Khan.
Well, at least Monica Rambeau was okay in WandaVision until the last episode, in which they just
Where she lets a murderer go free.
a mind rapist, literally. Like,
And
it's okay.
every single death that Wanda commits in Multiverse of Madness is on Monica for letting her go.
Yep, 100%.
Every single one.
Yes. So I don't know who this is. This is Hot Girl. I'm just calling her Hot Girl. This is Hot Girl. This is Kid Loki. This is Miss Marvel. This is American Chavez, and this is.
I don't
God
know
only
who
knows
that
who that is. I don't know who that is. Anybody?
I have no idea.
Photo. I don't know. I don't know things like
The explanation is she got her powers related to Captain Marvel, but
It's a kid from the Eternals. I don't know.
I didn't see Eternals. I had no idea.
I forgot it existed until you just mentioned it. It's that one with It's that one with Angelina Jolie in it, and a giant.
Yeah.
There's a giant hand and man sticking out of the planet now, and then nobody talked about it again except for She-Hulk. It's really sad that She-Hulk had to remind everybody that that was a thing that happened.
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know who
what?
that is. Yeah, you didn't. Okay, you didn't realize that in Eternals, the bad guy they were facing down was like this giant planet-sized human that was in the Earth, and they had to stop him from basically waking up fully, and because it would have destroyed the planet, and so now there is a. Okay, hold on. This is funny. Eternal person. Eternals person.
We're not even 4
person.
minutes into this video.
I know. Giant celestial or something like that. Whatever it was. Oh, here we go. So this is just sticking out of the planet and nobody is talking about it. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me remove. Hold on a second. And I am not kidding. This is straight from the movie. You're gonna want to think that I'm exaggerating. This is not.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
That's
nobody
just
talks about this.
in the ocean.
Yeah, that's just sticking
It's
out of the
just
planet
in
right
the
now.
ocean.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. It was slightly smaller than the planet. My bad. Yeah. That's just that
Wow.
is just happening. That is just a thing that is sticking out of the planet now.
Okay.
And if you can tell, we're above the atmosphere, and we're kind of like an orbit around Earth to give you the scale of it.
You can see the curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how
Because
big
the
this
Earth
is.
isn't flat. Controversial take, apparently.
No. Fictional movie. Doesn't count.
Is it reaching out to catch the moon egg? Nice Doctor Who reference there, Colin.
Nice. Even though
God, that was a dumb episode.
God, that was so stupid. Well, it had Clara in it, didn't it? That automatically made it a bad episode for the most part. For the most part, I would say.
Was it? Yeah. I think Clara was the
pretty
companion
sure.
at the time.
Poor Capaldi. Oh, hard to rip, man.
I know.
Well, it should have destroyed a lot of coastal cities and places around there. Because that would have created
something that big in the ocean would have altered the would have displaced
the planet.
a ton of mass. So that would have affected coastlines.
So the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs was like 7 miles long. I think that's bigger than 7 miles, don't you?
That certainly looks at.
It was Clara that had to choose. Yes, stupid Clara. Anyway, so yes, I just wanted I wanted to remind everyone that that was a thing that occurred. And that's pretty much all I know, except Angelina Jolie was in it. Other than that, I know nothing about the Eternals.
Rob Stark was also in it. I remember that.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, that was a thing. That was an unironic thing that occurred. Anyway, okay. I'm just going to move forward, just like the MCU did.
Avengers across the Disney Plus shows, and you could probably make that same point, albeit in weaker terms, about the West Coast Avengers. Second, though, and more importantly, while there's been a few different build-up strands beginning to coalesce, there is very clearly one central thread that Phase 4 has been weaving across multiple projects.
Okay.
I want to see it. It's Kang. It's Kang. All right, I'm gonna say it's Kang.
The Kang/multiverse.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, stupid Sylvie. I refuse. You and your stupid middle-aged bitch ass weak shit.
The stuff. This
Loki would have hit on a hotter woman than you. I'm just saying. You were like a mid. You're like a 5 on a good day with perfect lighting. All right. I'm just saying. Loki would have found somebody better, and he has, because she's called the Enchantress. But you know what? We just forgot that Enchantress existed, and that Lady Loki existed, and we invented a new character called Sylvie, and it's whatever. I just
stuff that looks to culminate in Phase 6's two-part Avengers event. This focus was pretty clear, even back towards the start of the phase. From teasing the idea of characters crossing from
How dare you? Don't. No. I'm not acknowledging this.
But no, he wasn't actually Quicksilver. He didn't wait. Yeah, because it was just a guy that they just gave superpowers to.
Yeah, it was Agatha all along.
Right, because this wasn't actually Quicksilver as. Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry. My microphone tipped over. That was my bad. That's what I get for streaming on.
We're professionals here.
I am so professional. I am sorry that just murdered all of your eardrums. Hard work. Moving on.
But yeah, it's like him saying that we have people crossing over from different universes. That's not what happened here. They just cast the same actor who played Quicksilver.
Yes, they teased all of us because every single person was excited when they saw him. Every single one, because we liked this Quicksilver better. Everybody liked this Quicksilver better.
He was vastly better. I also found it weird that the same.
True.
Yeah. I also thought it was weird that, whatever the guy's name who played Quicksilver in that movie was,
Pietro. No, that's the character's name.
Yeah, that's the character's name. I'm talking about the actual actor's name. And Elizabeth Olsen, they played brother and sister in that movie, and then later that exact same year they played a husband and wife in Godzilla.
Oh my god, you're right. Because generally I skip. I just watch King of Monsters if I want to watch one of the legendary ones, because it has the actual proper music, and all the monsters are amazing. They are like 10 out of 10. Like, they look great.
And they don't constantly tease monsters destroying things.
They actually do a proper job. They're just a little too much human. Okay, just a little bit too much human. I needed a little bit more monster. And that one chick was awful. And I did not cry when she ate it. I was very happy when she died, because she was a terrible, horrible monster. So, yes, everybody liked the early episodes of WandaVision.
Yes.
Everybody liked it. Everybody, it was universally loved. Evan Peters. No, the other one. No, the MCU one. I know that's Evan Peters. I can't, even when I look him up, I can't figure it out. Because they keep giving me Pietro Maximoff.
You're welcome, Ram Bam.
You just made sounds of pharmacist. Oh my god. Alright, it just doesn't count. This doesn't count. It just doesn't.
No, like this is not making the point he wants it to be making, because it's not the Fox version of Quicksilver crossing over into the MCU. That's not what happened. That's what people thought was happening, but it wasn't.
Happened. You literally had the actor. You had him die.
And there was there was literally no reason not to, because by that point they had acquired Fox. They had the rights to the X-Men. So why tease this then?
Yeah, that genuinely made me angry. I'm like, no. We had it right there. You had it. You literally had it, and yeah, fucked it up. No.
Wait, Chris, really? He's Kraven the Hunter?
I don't know who Kraven the Hunter is.
he's a Spider-Man villain who's getting his own movie because they just won't do Sony just won't do a Spider-Man film anymore. You could have just. Wow.
Well, I don't know if they
Okay.
have the rights technically anymore to it, do they?
Yes, they do.
They do?
Because
I don't know how the rights are anymore.
the last Spider-Man film, with all
Oh,
three
it
of
was
them,
Sony. Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
you're
that
right.
was technically a Sony picture, and that was also the last film under the Sony Marvel agreement to for them to be able to use Spider-Man in their movie, which is one of the reasons they had to end it with no one remembering him.
Good job. Good job. Yeah, we don't like to make money.
And Chris, yeah, I get that, but they need to do their own Spider-Man films too. I don't really care about watching a Spider-Man villain movie without Spider-Man. Just a thought.
No. Illegal. Not allowed.
One universe to another, to delving into the multiversal ramifications of time travel in Loki, then ramping up to introduce the puppet master of the multiverse, He Who Remains, and teasing fairly directly the imminent arrival of his more bloodthirsty.
Still insulted that the Loki's perfect weapon was his scepter and Avengers, and we never really got to see him use it again.
Mm-hmm.
He's a magic. He's a magic-based villain, okay? And the scepter kind of was like a cool little staff-esque thing, which is very common for magic users to wield. And I thought it was very cool and very unique to Loki. And then they never ever gave it back to him ever, for some reason.
Wasn't the Power Stone in the scepter?
Yes, well, the Tesseract was, but I still don't see why he couldn't wield it. You know what I mean? Like, why is he unable to wield it and not just use it? I don't know.
Or at least just manifest a new one.
Or something. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, the daggers were fine. Daggers are a good backup weapon for Loki, but, like, his magic is his forefront weapon, and the scepter was, like, a great, like, channeling. And also, like, a good way to, like, block things, so.
And yeah, I know, Chris. I know. Villains aren't villains. They're just misunderstood. I hate this. I really hate this.
Okay, it's fine to have some villains have some empathy according to them, but you can understand why they are the way they are. They can still be evil. Why are people unaware that you can still have an evil as fuck villain, but you still like have like an understanding? Like, for instance, I understand how Hannibal Lecter became the way he is. He is still evil as all fuck. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I understand his backstory. I understand how he became who he ended up becoming. I understand that journey, but I don't feel bad for him. I don't have. I think he is still an evil person. I thought they did a. This is going to be a complete like. This is going to be completely random. But do you know what villain actually like trolled everyone over like the sympathetic, oh, I had this terrible childhood, but not really? The Purple Man and Jessica Jones. They had
that was a damn good villain. David Tennant knocked that out of the park.
He did. They had a specific episode where the Purple Man was literally like, oh, it was my parents, oh, it was this, oh, it was that, and like all these like very like tropey, tragic backstories for villains, and then all of them ended up being him just lying out of his ass to make you feel sympathy for him. That was amazing. I loved that. That was just absolutely fantastic.
It also worked that one, he was well written, and two, you had David Tennant doing it.
Well, yes. I'm just saying, like, that was perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, even if he did, a bad childhood can only take you so far. Having bad things happen to you can only take you so far down a path where I can understand how you got there. And then once you cross a certain line, it's like, okay, most people wouldn't have crossed that line. In fact, I don't think most people would have even gotten anywhere near approaching that line that you have just casually crossed and walked past. Okay,
Mhm.
so you need, like, you're evil.
I mean, let's look at. I mean, you can look at the Hollywood strikes that are happening right now. Do they have some valid concerns? Yes, and I can completely understand where they're coming from. But that doesn't mean I'm on their side, because they have been horrible for such a long time too. You know, it's like, I mean,
Well, I think regardless of how horrible something is, you should get paid for it if you were told you're going to get paid for it properly. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
But- okay,
you're
but-
the one
well-
that decided She-Hulk was a thing. So if you need to pay them properly, I didn't like it. I don't think hardly anybody liked it.
But that's the
you
thing,
still
though.
gotta pay.
Okay, but hold on, because one of them was dumb enough to show their residual check for writing an episode of She-Hulk. Well, a residual is you get a slice of how much money that generated for the company. And She-Hulk is universally despised. And the guy's residual check was $300. So sorry, it means you didn't. It means it did not generate money for Disney at all.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I'll have to look into that. Okay, I need to look into that a little bit more.
No, I mean, because one of the things the writers are fighting for is they want more upfront pay, and they've specifically stated that because they know streaming doesn't have money in residuals, whereas on traditional broadcast TV, the average residual check is like $7,000. So like
Yes.
you wrote an episode of like CSI 15 years ago. It airs on TNT or whatever. You get a check that week for a couple grand.
Yeah, it's because the laws haven't been updated to include streaming because the laws are so far behind.
Well, no,
Technology
it's not the laws. It's not really the laws, though. It's the way streaming generates money. It doesn't. So they don't, because they're not getting commercials. They're not getting the licensing agreements. So they're not generating money for the company because they're doing it completely themselves. So they're getting the money from subscribers.
That is true.
So they're what they want is a higher upfront pay. And frankly, a lot of these writers aren't worth that much money, as we've seen with some of the films that we've been looking at in this video.
That is true. I don't know. I'm kind of like at this, like, I think they should get paid what they are owed, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I think it's really funny to.
They were getting paid what they were owed due to their on their previous agreement, but then things have changed, and so
they want a different agreement, basically.
Yes,
right?
so they're negotiating a new deal, which I'm totally fine with.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, obviously.
And Rambam, yes, residuals are the same thing as royalties. And it also, yes, Chris, there's also been much better fan fiction than what they've been producing of late. So I mean, part of the whole thing is streaming is not generating money, so therefore there aren't residuals to give people. That's the main problem. They see, oh, the entertainment industry is worth several $billion, so we should get more money. But if the thing that you're working for doesn't generate money, and there's no incentive for these shows to like they can never put like She-Hulk on broadcast TV because no commercials, no network would want it, or no commercials are like, I'm not going to pay for that. I don't want to pay for that to air. I don't care. So like, it's not going to generate any money for Disney, and that's the problem with the whole residual thing with streaming. It does not work.
Yeah, it's trying to make.
Now that's not,
and
and again, that's not to say I'm on the studio's side either.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I want to make this very clear. The writers, the actors, and the studios, they've all done a fantastic job of destroying the franchises I love. So they can all fuck off for all I care now.
Yeah, but like the writers that have done really well stuff, I'm okay with them getting what they deserve, right? Mm-hmm. If you've done something shit and it didn't produce anything, right?
And the thing, and also the thing is, there is absolutely nothing stopping the writers that are currently on strike from taking that amazing script that they wrote that now they can't sell to the studios, and tweak it and then sell it as a book. There's nothing stopping them from doing that, so they can still make income from their writing. It's only they can't write for TV shows. For the major studios, if a studio is independent, they are allowed to still work for them. Which ironically includes Amazon.
Oh, that's funny. Is that why Amazon has been pumping out so much shit lately?
Mostly, yeah, because Amazon is largely unaffected by the strikes because they're technically independent. They're not part of the main studio system.
No, I agree with that, actually. Just like Netflix. So, Netflix isn't a part of it either.
So like,
right?
Amazon has the freedom to be able to hire writers and actors in the guild and not because they're not part of the main studio systems. So those agreements don't apply to them.
Interesting.
And yet we still get Star Trek Discovery, so yay.
I thought that ended. Is it still going?
I have no idea anymore. Strange New Worlds is still going, though. Where Spock eats bacon and cheers about how good it tastes.
I thought they were like...
Vulcans are vegetarians, yes.
Yeah, I thought that was...
And Spock will eat meat if it's like a survival situation, but no, for the most part, Vulcans are vegetarians.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Chris, I believe it's been 12 years now since the last Lord of the Game of Thrones book.
He's never finishing it.
He's never finishing it. Winds of Winter will never come out.
Yes, just accept it. All right. Accept it and move on. All right, so that you can put that energy into the universe, and then he might actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna hit play.
Variant.
See you soon.
At the same time, What If's first season comes out and really hammers home the vastness and danger of these infinite parallel.
Whoa! You're bringing in What Ifs? Why?
Canon, right?
It's literally a what if story, as in, what if this happened instead of this? Which I don't have a problem with doing something like that, but it's also it's a one-shot story. It's not something that you should continue.
Also, is it just me, or is this art kind of like I've been going back and forth of whether I think it's shit or good, and I'm starting to lean more towards shit. Like I don't.
I've never really been a big fan of the CGI hand-drawn style. I think that it just looks weird.
You can combine.
It's like you have a computer. You're doing it. This is all clearly CG, so just do it in CG.
Gotta do it in 3D.
But if you're
I don't
gonna do it,
understand.
if you want it to have a hand drawn look to it, do hand drawn animation. There's nothing
Yeah,
wrong
I
with
mean,
that.
I don't know what y'all's opinion on Into the Spider-Verse movies are, but I think the style of those movies is beautiful. You know, I think it's absolutely fantastic and far superior to this. Because I mean, it looks. How do I put it? It looks like a cutscene from like an older video game, you know, where it's like everyone's a little robotic. It's not really fluid, and then at the same time, it's too fluid. Like I don't know how to, I don't know how to
No,
put
I
that.
get you.
Like it's like, I've said this before, but Hellsing Ultimate does an absolutely phenomenal job of marrying the 2D animation style of anime and having CG kind of flawlessly put in there without it being like a slap in the face to your eyeballs. You know, like it does a good job of it. Like absolutely fantastic. It's damn near flawless. And
Archer Collin.
this is bad. What? What if I do? What if it is? Yeah, I know. It's shite, Captain. Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Nah, and I'm just not a fan of the using 3D models to try to make it look 2-dimensional. It's like, just why?
Just make it look 2D. I don't understand. Okay. No.
Well, worlds. And shortly thereafter, Phase 4 starts to turn all this
It's not the more I'm seeing of it, the less of a positive outlook I'm having on it. It's getting worse.
It is.
setup, all these theoretical concerns into concrete reality with the dimension-bending spectacle of No Way Home, a move Multiverse of Madness picked up.
No Way Home was great.
No Way Home was wonderful. It's one of those, yeah, the story is kind of convoluted when you think about it, and why would Doctor Strange agree to go along with everything? But
He wouldn't, but
it's one. It was just a turn off your brain and have some fun story. It was just.
It was a love letter to the fans for the most part. To me, that's what it felt like.
Yeah, it was clear the actors had fun making it. I mean, they even did the whole the pointing meme. Like these guys are having fun.
It's not allowed.
And William Dafoe is still just terrifying as hell as the Green Goblin after all these years. It was
Me some William Dafoe. So good.
Which I think it's amazing how they did a little de-aging on William Dafoe, but for the most part, he still looked pretty solid. Alfred Molina, he looked very rubbery at times in that.
Is that Doc Ock?
Yeah, that was Doc Ock.
Yeah, he did, but at the same time, it was like, I don't know, I was enjoying his character so much.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not even a Spider-Man fan. I'll be straight up. I'm not even a Spider-Man fan. And I thought what they did with his character, because he's kind of a tragic villain, like a proper tragic villain, right? And I thought that what they did with his character was really nice. You know, I thought it was sweet. And his little tentacle guys are kind of cute. You know, little tentacle arms, little robot tentacle arms. I like it when you're so good at writing that you can give a personality to inanimate objects.
Yeah. Well, not
like
inanimate.
Dr. Strange's cloak.
Literally not inanimate objects.
No, you know what I'm talking about, like non. Yeah. What's the word?
Sapient.
Yeah, there we go. That's the phrase. Objects like that. Like I you give them little, You got it's like a multiple headed, kind of like King Ghidorah, where you have like the 3 heads and they all have their own very unique personality, kind of like
Yeah.
Cerberus. You know, you have your unique personality. You have the dominant one, you have the kind of silly one, and you have the really mean one. Those are your kind of your 3 personalities, and being able to do that with the robot arms is fantastic. I like the cloak that Doctor Strange wears.
Yeah.
Best character, generally speaking. Um, just it's nice when you can do that, and they captured that again in that movie. And yeah, I'm gonna hit play because I mean it's been like 2 hours,
Yeah.
5 minutes.
And ran with a few months later. There's not necessarily a direct causal link between all of
Okay, the shield looks dumb. I'm saying it right now. Britain, get your stupid shit off my America stuff. Okay.
I mean, I don't have an issue with. I really do not have an issue with Haley Atwell. I thought it was nice to see her again, but
Yeah. The shield looks dumb.
just I think the shield does not work exactly. Yeah.
No, I don't know how you could have done it though. That's my problem. Is I don't even know how you could have.
Maybe if it went across the entire thing and not just in this one little circle, it might have looked better.
Shield. Yeah, because it looks stupid. I'm not seeing a better version in the images. That is not good news. Well, actually, let me see. Maybe it looks slightly better when the white is a thinner stripe, like the silver is thinner, you know? That looks slightly better. It's just there's two. So the problem with it is that okay, it would be the equivalent if you put 50 stars in the middle for Cap's shield. Okay,
Yeah.
it would have been this equivalent of that. Instead, you just put one single star in there. Bring your flags too complicated. You can't put that much, you know. But you could have had like the cross, maybe like the red cross, and then like in the silver portion, it kind of like it's like it weaves, like a basket kind of weaves. So like you have the red and white stripes, kind of. You know what I mean?
Our Brits in the chat seem to be agreeing that the Union Jack.
Yeah.
The Union Jack should be across the entire thing. Yeah, I agree.
God, but apparently that is comic accurate, and I'm just like, well, that's shit if it's comic accurate. I don't know how you could have done it. It could have been the whole shield. I'm trying to find something that looks better. Okay, this one's better. All right. Okay, this one is all right. This one is better. This is better. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let me open up a new tab so that y'all can see it. So, okay. Okay, this looks better, right?
I think it's missing the red bars along the cross, but
Well, yes, but I'm just style wise. What are we thinking?
it does look better. I would have reversed the red, white, and blue circles are along the edge. I probably would have
I would have
reversed
the red
them.
on the outside.
Yeah.
Red on the outside, white in the middle. Yeah.
And Palpy, yes, I agree. The major problem with the shield is it's hiding Haley Atwell. I agree with that one.
Oh my god, no. When you fuse 3 flags together at once. Ugh. I can't imagine. Can you imagine if America's flag was all of the states' flags infused together? Just be this giant.
It would be a nightmare.
It would just look so dumb. It still likes a cross between the two. Yeah, I understand, but it's like y'all don't have like a star or like a very like a specific trait about your flag that isn't just this cross thing, okay? And so since the cross thing is like your entire flag, it's really difficult to like have a bold centerpiece like the star. You know, it's hard to do that. It I think this one's better. You just put the red on the outside, have the white be silver, you know.
And again, it is missing the diagonal red bars.
Yes, but literally every other version of this is the smaller version. So this one I think looks better just with the red. If you put the red bars in, you switch this, you know.
I know that, Chris.
You swap it out. That would look better because then you'd have like, you know, a thin blue line. You have a white, you have the blue, you have the white, and then the red. I think that would look better. I don't know. You could, I guess you might be able to add like a thin red line, but I don't want it to be too busy because this centerpiece is already busy enough, you know. It's better. I will say this flag is better than the other one, or this shield is better. So that's remember what this looks like. I'm gonna swap back over to the other one. You see what I mean? You see how much better that other one was? Now this one hurts your eyeballs. Because it's so much worse. It's just so busy in the middle. This section is so busy. It's insanity. Like it's so busy, and these lines are too thick with how busy this centerpiece is. So.
Especially the red and the white
They're
circle.
way
Like,
too.
they really needed to.
The blue should have been on the inside, right? That should have been the inside one,
right?
Because there's too much red. There's way too much red happening now in the middle.
And like the background color of the Union Jack is blue, so it would have fit better.
Yeah, like the other one looked way better. You just needed to add the red. So put like half the white, the little white thing. You need to put that as the red, you know, and then reverse the white and the red, and that's a perfect shield. I think that's pretty solid. So they can't start with white captain, the Russian flag. Well, no, they start with red. I don't know.
Oh my God, Colin.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, see, now that you saw the other one, you can't, like, it's so difficult to look at this one and be like, you know, this was good. I understand it's comic book accurate, but it's still shit. These lines, you see these ones, those are so, like, way too thick. Like, way too thick.
And as Chris pointed out, this version of Captain Britain was only introduced very recently. The original one never had a shield.
I don't mind them having. Well, yeah, no, I saw that. I saw that in the comics. It wasn't that they didn't have a shield. I don't mind them having a shield, but if you're gonna give them a shield, you need to give them a good shield. All right, the Captain America shield looks fantastic. It's perfect.
Yeah.
This one looks like shit. You know what it does look like? It looks like they basically took like a fucked up version, like a fucked up copy of the Captain America shield, where like it didn't print the colors on the shield correctly, and then they just stuck a giant. They cut out like a flag of the a UK flag and
Union
stuck
Jack.
it and put the Union Jack. There we go. I couldn't remember what it's called. They cut out a Union Jack flag and stuck the center of it in the shield. on like a sticker. It's not my fault that y'all's flag is so complicated, okay? That is not my fault. Y'all have been around for a lot longer than we have, and we figured out graphic design way better when it came to our flags and our shields, okay? It's your fault.
Well, hold on, because like
No.
England, Scotland, and Ireland, they have like very basic flag designs. They just combine them.
Yeah, and whose thought process was that? Britain's. It's all their fault. No one ever remembers. I watched Doctor Who enough that I should have remembered that. That was an embarrassing. I almost think you should be able to take away my Doctor Who card, okay, for not knowing that.
Didn't Doctor Who remove their own Doctor Who card?
You know what? You're not wrong. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. And I'm also hesitant about this outfit. There's too much blue.
These things, but there doesn't.
But I'm kind of fine with the chest piece being the Union Jack. I'm kind of okay with it.
I'm fine. The actual outfit, I didn't mind so much.
No, there needs to be more white, though. So, like, on the legs, it's too blue, so you need to have some white. So it should have been a red and a white stripe. Why is it not a red and a white stripe? Why is it two red stripes? You see what I mean? Like, why? Like, you could have had, like... You see how there's two red? You should have just had a white one, because that's what that looks like. And then, so you could have done that, or you could have had like a red like stripe going down. You know, you could have a red stripe going down, and then like the red. So you had little mini jacks kind of around the legs. You know, that might have been too busy, but you see what I mean? Like, I like the jack. I like the Union Jack right there, and I can barely see it.
And yes, Rambam, I know that's what the Union Jack's for.
I know. I know. I'm kind of half teasing you, half being serious. So.
Doesn't really need to be. An idea, a new conceit has been floated, introduced, and developed across a number of projects.
All right, I'm going to say it. Where did she get the volumizer for her hair? That hair is defying gravity right now. Where did she get the volumizer and hairspray for that? There is mousse caked in there. I can see it.
You could say the same thing about Loki, though, in fairness.
No, it's Loki. Loki always has fabulous hair. That's just a universal constant. Everybody knows this. That's fake Loki. Fake female Loki. So fake female Loki that she doesn't even go by Loki. She goes by Sylvie for some stupid reason.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna argue. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. Sylvie ain't Loki. Yeah, I'm gonna fight that. Yeah. So that.
To a greater or lesser extent, this central thread has been furthered in WandaVision, Loki, What If, No Way Home, and Multiverse of Madness. While there is a lot going on,
My God.
Okay. If you are going to show the footage from the different shows, make sure the footage lines up with what you're saying.
No.
Because he said, "What if?" on Spider-Man.
No. No. Refuse. But don't do that here.
Okay.
No. It's too hard. We don't do that. Also, I'll just go ahead and say it. I like Wanda's updated modern day interpretation of her classic costume.
I wish the crown was solid. I wish the crown was solid.
I don't mind it.
Not veiny.
It gets. I don't know. I don't mind it. It could have been. I'm okay with it being solid. I'm okay with it being veiny. I like the updated version of it. I kind of wish she would have gotten this way the fuck earlier, but that's fine, I guess. Didn't even get to enjoy it because she got it when she became a shit character.
Across a girls and with a great many characters, this definitely feels like the centerpiece of Phase 4's thread. And I get it, Phase 4 is big. There's been a lot of stuff that hasn't tied into this multiversal focus, but there's also been quite a bit that has, even relative to the franchise's earlier years. I wonder if there's some recency bias here. While Phase 3 was a tad more connected, concerned as it was with getting all of the pieces in place for
tad?
the finale,
Phase 3 was a tad more connected? Excuse me?
Grounded. Grounded is what you're looking for.
Phase 3, well, it certainly was... It had issues here and there, and while Endgame certainly did have problems, it brought in a lot of conclusion to a lot of characters' stories. And that's why a lot of people have gone, I'm done with Marvel now. It's like, okay, you've told your huge, long, overarching story. I'm done now. So, what do you mean? It was a tad more connected. It was... Endgame was literally the final story of... It was the... Especially for Iron Man. It was the natural conclusion for his character arc that we had seen.
Yeah, it was great. Probably one of the best parts, if not the best part of Endgame, was Iron Man's character through line.
Yes.
The ending of it.
Especially since he was the centerpiece throughout all of the Marvel films. So even if he wasn't in every single one of them, the whole MCU moved through him. So to have him go from Iron Man, where he is just this selfish prick, to willing to sacrifice himself for the good of everything, was it was a nice little bow on his character arc.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What do you mean it was a tad more connected? What connection have any of these films had?
Again, do I need to bring up the Eternals picture? There's a giant stone man sticking out of the planet, and everyone ignores it until She-Hulk jokingly points it out.
Remember in Thor: Love and Thunder when Christian Bale had to get everything, went on this rampage to kill all the gods, but it turns out he didn't actually need to kill all the gods. He just wanted to make a wish to a being to get his daughter back. And if he had simply told them that, so many fewer people would have died.
God, don't even get me started.
Yeah.
I blocked that movie out for the most part.
Yeah.
Makes me sad.
I know, Archer. I know.
The MCU really wasn't laser focused at all before this point. You might make the point that Phase 1 led into the Avengers fairly directly, but I'd disagree. While sure, the majority of the team were...
What? Hold on.
What?
Hold on.
The first Phase 1 led into the Avengers pretty clearly, but I disagree with that. I'm sorry, how?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, how? What are you talking about?
Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good faith. I'm gonna be good faith over here. I know. So maybe they had it fully planned out, the MCU Phase 1 at that point, where they didn't think it was going to eventually lead to the Avengers. I don't remember, actually, because that was all the way back in like 2008, and I was fairly young. I don't really remember.
Okay, so, all right, so I
That
just
was
pulled up the
15
list.
years ago for me.
I just pulled up the list. Okay. Phase 1, Iron Man, then the Incredible Hulk, then Iron Man 2, then
Wait,
Thor.
I forgot. Josh, they had the after credit scenes
Yes.
where Nick Fury was like, "Hey, I'm getting a team together." That
Yes.
clearly shows that it's
And then remember who showed up in the end credit scenes at the end of the Incredible Hulk?
No,
Tony.
I never watched that movie. Oh, okay.
It was Tony. Tony Stark appeared at the end. So you had Iron Man, the Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America, and then the Avengers. Which, if you remember, Captain America ended with him getting embedded in the ice.
Well, no.
And then the end credit sequence was him waking up in the modern day.
Yes. Just
were introduced and fleshed out beforehand. There's a number of moments in Phase 1 where we see the seams between the projects, inconsistencies, mini retcons and recasts.
There was only like two fairly minor ones. Edward Norton, they replaced as the Hulk with Mark Ruffalo. So yay us, because he's not a psychopath. And Rhodey, War Machine, they recast.
And that was for financial reasons.
Yeah, he wanted more money. What was Terrence Howard? Was that who it was originally?
Yes, it was Terrence Howard, and then we got Don Cheadle.
Right, and that was it's just, that was for financial reasons. He basically wanted to be paid the exact same amount Robert Downey Jr. was, even though it's like you're a side character.
Yes. And now nobody remembers him as Rhodey.
Pretty much. But at least he supported Jesse Smollett. And which then got the show canceled. So way to go there, buddy.
Embarrassing. He keeps accidentally canceling his own, getting rid of his own work.
This is very true. He does.
Which reveal the fact that Phase 1 was far from some perfectly planned beginning.
With the Bifrost gone, how much dark energy did the All-Father have to muster to conjure you here?
Recruitment assessment for Avenger Initiative. Iron Man, yes. Tony Stark, not recommended?
Hold on a second. Is he proving himself wrong? Hold on. I'm confused. I'm confused. Why are we showing the clips of the things that we talked about for the most part? Josh, help.
I don't see how are these proving his point?
Yeah, that's why I said Josh, help.
Chris, we talked briefly about how Terrence Howard was the original Rhodey, and then I mentioned that he got Empire and then supported Juicy and then got the show canceled. Whoops. Rambam, no, I agree. Edward Norton was much better as the Hulk. The problem is Okay. The problem is Edward Norton is notorious for being difficult to work with, which is why they recast him.
Interesting.
But in terms of performance, Edward Norton was vastly superior.
Yeah.
Much better Banner.
I'll have to take your word for it. I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
At this juncture, we'd only like to use you as a consultant.
The Avengers Initiative was scrapped. I thought, and I didn't even qualify.
There's little touches here and there that make it feel like a connected world, sure. But
Hi,
in terms of
Coulson.
setup, in terms of actually building to the events of Avengers 1, there's really not much in the solo films. It's really the Avengers film itself which did the heavy lifting here. And while it is true that Phase 4 is the first phase that hasn't culminated in an Avengers movie, a big crossover event, the fact
Because
that there's
they're all
not been
gone!
yet doesn't
Oh man, I keep stopping it at like my poor Loki. Just they massacred my boy.
Phase 4 is the first phase not to feature an Avengers film. Yeah, because they either killed them off or retired them and put them in crappy TV shows.
Yeah, they're kind of gone.
You've killed Tony, and Captain America is ancient.
It's like 84. Oh, well, but Patrick Stewart proved you can still do it. Let's do it, guys. I want to see old man.
If
Captain
you go
America.
if you go by the timeline, he is like over 100.
All right, 100 Centurion, Captain Centurion. Let's go.
Which, I mean, he looks really good for being over 100, but
he is a super soldier. You know?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
mean that their house.
Yeah.
Chris, wasn't like the first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. part of the MCU because they did try to tie things together? And then they just went, eh.
Well, they didn't go the people that was in charge of Marvel TV back then and the people in charge of Marvel movies back then, those two guys literally hated each other. And so out of spite, they like refused to work together, which is why you didn't see Sif until after they fired those people and got them to actually come together so that the TV shows and the movies kind of worked together more so, or more intertwined. They were still intertwined, you know, but not as much as they are now.
But they could have been. They could have been because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. started out pretty good, actually.
Yes, it did. And then I gave up.
After...
As did everybody else.
I was able to stomach season 3, and I left during season 4. I was like, I can't take this show anymore. But it started out really well.
Before Ghost Rider got there, so whatever that season was.
That's when it started to go downhill. It's like, why is why is a soul-seeking demon? Why is Ghost Rider here? And then there's also like this whole like AI swapping plot line, which does not mesh well at all with Ghost Rider. So what? Huh? That was so dumb.
Yeah, I kind of checked out after that. So, as I think everybody else did.
Yeah, I made it to the end of the season, and that's when I'm done with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
So this is basically if I get to the point where if you can't hold my attention for the entirety of your show length, we have an issue.
Yes.
Because you should be telling a continuous story in your show for the most part. And if I end up checking out, there's a problem with that. Now, there are some exceptions. Sometimes you have so many seasons that checking out is actually just, okay, I'm on season 6 Oh my god, there have been 22 hour-long episodes per season, and I'm on season. I need a break. You know, there are those.
Mm-hmm.
There are those.
And yes, Chris, that's right. Ike Perlmutter, who had bought Marvel in the mid late '90s, had like say over the TV part, and Feige got him
Yes.
thrown. Yeah, like even though like Ike Perlmutter is on the Disney board, like
Oh, that's
Kevin,
embarrassing.
a producer got a board member fired.
Somebody had some dirt.
It's like, wow. It's like that just should not happen. It's like this guy, Ike Perlmutter, is part of your boss, Kevin Feige. I don't know exactly what happened.
Dirt happened. Blackmail happened. At least that's what it seems like. I don't know what the other explanation of that could be. But, alright.
Hasn't been set up, planned, directed, focused setup.
You cannot tell me that Phase 4 was planned and focused. You just can't. Literally, people have forgotten until She-Hulk that there's a giant stone humanoid creature sticking out of the planet's atmosphere. That was forgotten.
Yeah.
Or how in Endgame, the Ancient One talks about the multiverse. Actually, in Doctor Strange, she talks about the multiverse. And then in Endgame talks about parallel timelines. And then in Loki, apparently at the end of Loki, they invented the multiverse at the end of Loki. And it's never existed before, when it literally existed in Doctor Strange.
Yes. And also, wasn't there something about in Loki how like the timelines can't like interact with each other? But then that's the whole point in Multiverse of Madness. Like the fact that this kid is an incursion is causing all these problems.
Don't get me started on the incursions. Incursions proves everything in that movie. Don't even get me started on the stupid incursions. Also, can we get intimidating villains again? What the fuck is this Joker? Look at him. You're telling me this is our evil bad guy? Mastermind? Look at him.
Hey, you can be an intimidating mastermind evil villain and still need a light shawl because it's a little nippy.
Okay. I'm okay. The Shaw is not the issue. The issue is I don't find him intimidating at all. In any way, shape, or form. What is wrong? Intimidating villains being intimidating is like can you even be a villain if you're not intimidating?
It depends on what kind of villain you are.
All right, generic villains, just your normal everyday.
Okay,
when you're thinking of a villain.
Well, because I mean, like for like your average person, like Gollum is not a intimidating villain, but he is in that story.
I guess. I don't know. When I think of a villain, I think of an intimidating person at bare minimum. You know, like bare minimum, one of your traits is intimidation. Maybe I'm just weird. I don't know. But Gollum's more of a tragic character than anything. I mean, he is a villain, but he's more tragic. I don't know.
The movie played up the tragedy element a lot more than it was in the book. But yeah.
Okay, well, I haven't read the book because I'm a millennial and we don't do that.
I'm a millennial too. Now what?
Fake millennial. Hipster millennial. I'm out here reading books. Like a weirdo. I'm glad that you are embracing your millennial side, though.
I haven't denied that. I'm just embarrassed by most of us.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sure, for the past 3 phases, the big event at the end has been a sort of capstone for the phase, but look at Age of Ultron. It's not
I have
exactly
to?
paying off phase 2, is it? Very little of that film's plot, setting, cast, etc. had been teased or introduced in that phase's slate, barring a pretty tacked-on post-credits scene. It's most
And how many people liked that movie, out of curiosity?
It's certainly weaker. They also drastically changed Ultron.
I didn't know who he was before,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't really have that. I guess I didn't.
This
I
picture's
don't
also.
know if.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, if you're a villain that has the ability to connect to the internet and all like power and electrical outlets, all you have to do is turn that off to create the apocalypse that you wanted. You didn't have to lift up a whole ass city and drop it on the planet. Like, we are
I'm-
so, you know what
I
I mean? We're
mean,
so reliant.
developing a computer or developing an AI program and then have it scan the internet and then becoming evil, that makes some sense to me.
That makes total sense. I don't know why the electricity, digital world-based villain, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why that villain is taking a piece of the planet and slamming it down on to destroy it when you easily could have just wiped out the electrical grid.
Yeah.
And thrown the whole planet back into the Stone Age. And a lot of people would not have been able to handle that psychologically. And there's a lot of things that would have just utterly collapsed because of it. So I don't. Basically, to take away the invention or the discovery of electricity from us in the modern world, I don't know. And had him be the only one that has that power so that he could. If you join me, I'll countries. If you join me, I will supply you with that power. And the second I get the vibe that you're not with me and you're just faking it, I will shut it off, or I will use your weapons against you. Yeah, or an EMP or something. Yeah, like I don't even.
And Chris, they couldn't do that because they hadn't introduced Hank Pym yet, even though he was one of the original Avengers. It's like
It's all right. Hey, guess what, guys? Adam Warlock's now in the MCU,
even though they've already done the story arc that he's most famous for.
The only story arc.
He was connected to the Infinity Stones, so too bad we've already told the story where he's the most useful.
Yeah, I know literally nothing about Adam Warlock other than, he's important when it came to the Infinity Gauntlet.
He literally in the comic, he has a connection to the Infinity Stones. So after the gauntlet was taken from Thanos, and spoiler, and Nebula
I haven't read it yet.
Oh,
no, okay. I haven't read it. No.
Well, that's your fault.
Well, fuck you.
Point is,
go ahead.
He was.
Go ahead. I don't care.
Serious?
No. I do care.
Wait,
I
what?
care deeply. I care deeply. Yeah. I'm just switching it up on you. You can't figure me out. Yeah.
It was his sled.
It was the sled? Rosebud?
Yes.
Oh my god. No!
No, Gauntlet. Gauntlet was his sled.
So funny. I know literally, I don't even know where that
and Adam Warlock was his father.
Oh my god. I don't even know where that meme's from. I know it's from an old movie. I don't know where it's from, but I know that.
Oh my god.
So it's going to be really funny when eventually I stumble across that movie and I'm just like, oh!
Wow.
Okay, I get it now. All right. We're gonna hit it. We're gonna hit it.
Mostly just a sequel to Avengers 1. There's really not much tying Age of Ultron into Phase 2. While we've always had a big spectacle rounding out a phase, it's not as though Phase 4 is the first to not tie all its strands together with some big finish. So partially
Okay, but the storylines that were continuing were characters that we had gotten to know and and wanted to continue to follow.
What characters?
They're all gone now.
Yeah, actually, I think all of them are gone now.
Black Widow,
Black Widow said,
Iron Man,
said,
Captain America.
America is a geriatric. Hulk is a hippie and useless to everybody. What?
Just
Rage
like Mark
Monster.
Ruffalo.
Yes, Rage Monster is useless if he has no rage. Let's see.
And also killed with
Hawkeye?
Hulk personality. That
Yes.
gets kind of glossed over.
Hawkeye is retired, I guess.
Again, I think.
Whatever. I liked Mohawk.
Yeah.
I liked Mohawk. Okay. So Jeremy Renner has to pursue that music career while he's still somewhat relevant.
Well, he needs to let his leg heal first.
You can sing while in a wheelchair. That doesn't affect anything.
I mean, did you see the pictures taken? Like, that thing ran over his leg? Holy shit!
No, I didn't. I didn't see those.
Yeah, it was like
Actually, because
it was like a big snow plow thing.
Oh my god!
It's like, ooh.
Ow! You're supposed to move out of the way of those.
Well, he pulled over. So it happened in the snow, and he pulled over to help someone who had slid off the road, and then his snowplow ended up rolling and crushed his leg. Something like that.
Damn! I don't even know how I missed that.
Yeah, it happened back in January.
Oh, that's why it happened in January. It's ancient news now. Okay, penny play.
isn't a big team-up event to finish things up, it's hard to say precisely how much narrative-propelling setup there's been in Phase 4, and how it's going to pay off. But it isn't hard to see that there has been quite a bit already. We're just gonna have to wait a little longer for it to all come together. But while the introduction of the multiverse is clearly part of a narrative...
Okay, so I hate this.
Do you really want to introduce the whole concept of a Nexus character, because it gets broken entirely in Multiverse of Madness?
Yes, but also, how many times have you heard, wait guys, it gets good? And it's actually been, wait till it gets good, it'll be good, I promise. And like, how often is that true?
I mean, it is true to, sometimes things might have like a slow open, and it takes a while for it to kind of get going. But that's because it's like setting up the world and everything, and there's things you need to understand before they can continue. That's one thing.
Okay.
But we're now,
in
but
phase
we're
4.
yes, the world has been set up.
It's been set up for 15 years now.
Yeah.
I mean, it was good, and then it stopped, and now you're promising it's going to be good again. When is it
thank you,
good
Chris.
again? What?
Yeah, that's what happened to Jeremy Renner.
So the coconut, and he turned around. He saw it rolling toward his nephew, climbing up the track to get it. Oh, he slipped and ate it. Slipped and ate it. Stretch it.
narrative push towards Kang, towards...
Dear God, is that what I have to look forward to in the MCU? This? This?
Later, Ram Bam.
Help. Help, why is this? Oh, God.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Chris. Okay, Chris. Bye, Ram Bam.
Ram Bam.
Whatever. Bye, Ram Bam. Bye.
Event in 6, that's not the only reason it represents a crucial part of Phase 4's direction. No, it's also the first clue that points to this idea of expansion I brought up at the video's start.
Doctor Strange introduced it in Phase, what was it, 3?
Technically,
What's
yes.
that?
Yes.
So, it said the word multiverse. To say.
Because it's a massive step forward in world building. All you have to do is look at a film like No Way Home or Multiverse of Madness to see the effect.
Do I have to look at Multiverse of Madness?
Josh.
John, why?
It
I mean, because
was
I have
so
no
good.
issues at all with John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic.
It was so good.
But
And he has the perfect wife, the perfect actress wife to play Invisible Woman.
he does. You could easily cast them.
It's so perfect, and people have been saying that for years. And you finally cast him, then you spaghettified him, you assholes. That's so rude. I'm not even that big of a fan of Mr. Fantastic. That's just rude.
And the fact is,
thanks to
the simple fact is, the Fantastic Four is vital to Marvel because of their history, and they have such an amazing main villain who could easily be your next big bad that you build up towards for a long time with Doctor Doom. But
well, you know what
you got to get the Fantastic Four right.
Yeah. Well, they could have introduced the X-Men first. They could have had, like, what is Wanda going to do? So instead of WandaVision, throw away WandaVision. We're just throwing that away. Why don't you have Wanda say, I'm going to go explore my family, right? At the end of Endgame?
Did you diss Persia? What? Did I miss that?
No. I said Chris instead of Ram Bam. And I was like, whatever, same person. What? No, Chris, stay. Chris, no. I saw that he added Chris, and my brain mixed it up because it's melting right now. I had a reason. No, Chris, come back.
Phase 4 production of the multiverse, its emphasis on this concept, characters new and old can now enter the fray from alternate timelines and dimensions. Think the Spider-Man, think America Chavez, think the Illuminati. And across Phase 4,
Jesus.
from the first time this idea was teased with the Quicksilver fake-out in WandaVision.
Stop it. Stop it. That was just rude. I'm never gonna
Vision
get
to
over
now, this idea,
Hold
this
on.
new dimension of the MCU.
What?
Hold on. This is very important. This is
Is
very important.
It is important.
I just saw that, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, that's amazing. 5 stars. That's amazing.
Please tell me you said that to Arwen, Chris. That is
amazing.
fantastic.
Oh, he sent it to me, and I didn't even. Oh no. Tragic.
Okay. Yeah. I just noticed it.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
That's great.
To use world building has pretty much been normalized to the point that, yeah, someone like Deadpool could make the journey over from those Fox films and the audience probably wouldn't bat an eye. It's not about Deadpool, though. It's not even just about pre-existing characters returning. It's about the fact that introducing and developing the multiverse throughout Phase 4 has opened up an unthinkably vast set of possibilities for the MCU storytelling going forward. Any setting, any character.
How do they make Angela Bassett look ugly? What the
I
hell?
know.
How
Yeah.
did you do that? She's like one of the prettiest women ever. How did you make her ugly?
Yeah. And yeah, Chris. Wanda does have reality warping abilities, but not anywhere near as powerful as other people. Like, I mean, Franklin Richards is absurd in how powerful he is. I mean, the fact that Wanda, who has some mild telepathy, could kill Professor X in the astral plane is just no.
Yeah, they really didn't build her up to being that powerful. Like, she was powerful, but I mean, like, dumb, big silly dumb.
Even if they don't fit in with the pre-established MCU canon or world building, can now find their way into a story if the writers want them, all without breaking suspension of disbelief or compromising the verisimilitude of this world, in a way that would have been nearly inconceivable at the start of, say, Phase 3. And that can now happen forever, for as long as this franchise
joy
lasts, reaching...
Yay, oh, go on, and
At this point, that's one part of this focus, this expansion that I'm talking about, but it's far from the only.
But can I just point out, like, some of the better MCU movies were ones that had relatively small stakes.
Yeah, because every movie now has like the biggest stakes you've ever seen.
Yeah, which, like, that gets really, really tiring. What's wrong with just having a movie where your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is just going around doing his thing and, stopping, convenience store robberies and stuff like that, or carjacking, just, minor things. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with just doing a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man movie, or have the Fantastic Four just, stopping. There's an earthquake and they go to help the people that are in trouble there. Just, relatively small stakes. Nothing. If we don't stop this, the world will end. Our reality will end. Our timeline will stop. Like, at some point, it reaches a level where it's, if everything is this big, this world is going to be doomed at some point.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
Thank you, Chris.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Street level heroes should fight street level problems. It's what the audience relates to. Yes.
Yes. Agreed.
Because, I mean, for decades, the face of Marvel has been Spider-Man, but he is nowhere near the most powerful person that Marvel has. There are several people way more powerful than he is. But it's because he's relatable. That's why he has endured as well as he has, and that's why he's the face of Marvel.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Not anymore. It's Brie Mark. That's the new face of Marvel.
Brie Mark has to stop Arwina Harmer from blowing up cats. There's your movie,
We did it.
Chris. We know you know what you need to do now.
We did it. We did it.
Part. Sticking with the idea of world building for a moment, the idea of expanding which characters, which places, which stories are up for grabs, there's a number of other adjustments Phase 4 has been making to this end. There's the gradual canonizing or re-canonizing of elements from the Netflix shows across No Way Home, Hawkeye, and She-Hulk. And speaking of She-Hulk, before that series dropped, I made a video suggesting that the show's rapid and wide-reaching introduction of new super...
Oh no. Josh, oh no.
It changed the MCU.
I mean, it
That's
did.
That's why no one talks about it anymore.
It certainly did a number on it. I'll tell you what. It became so meta. I mean, I don't even. It wasn't even a fourth wall break. It was like an 8 wall break.
Yeah.
She looks horrifying. This is a horrifying image to me.
Wouldn't it have been better to just cast a bulkier woman and just paint her green instead of this CGI nightmare?
Yeah, if you don't have the CGI budget, then don't do that.
Yeah, because I mean, like, and it's one thing to have a character like Hulk, where you need to do a lot of CG to, because of just how gargantuan he is. But the whole point of She-Hulk is she's kind of like she's not anywhere near that huge.
Yeah, I mean, she's like 6 foot. She's tall. She's really tall, but she's not like Hulk size.
Yeah, so just keep. So like, I mean, you can do some film techniques to make her look smaller before she gets the blood transfusion, and then do and then just paint her green, just do green makeup on her, and it would look better than this nightmare.
True.
And I agree with Palpy. We need to see a gender swap He-Hulk show.
I would like to see He-Hulk. For equality.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Powered characters heralded what I called a quantum leap forward in world building. A shift to a new approach where comic booky, colorful, weird characters could begin to appear in stories without having to be explained, to be given semi...
Please name those 2 characters, sir, if you're such a fan. Name them.
I mean, I have a pretty decent comic book knowledge. I have no idea who these guys are.
I'm more likely to recognize Condiment Man from the Batman universe than I am either one of these 2.
Condiment King, yeah.
Whatever. He has condiments. It's pretty easy to spot.
Yeah.
How dare you mansplain that to me? For you.
This is Captain Flamboyant and Beef Burger. There we go.
Okay. I believe you.
Could begin to appear in stories without having to be explained, to be given semi-plausible backstories. And yeah, I think it's fair to say that prediction aged like a damn Cabernet. Plus, this leap forward in world building is sort of matched by the way multiversal and dubiously canonical characters...
Okay. Alright, I paused it. Go for it.
Okay. I need to hear that again. What did this
My
nail?
brain turned off. My brain
characters
turned
can
off.
now enter stories with no heavy introduction needed, and perhaps even, by the way, less real.
Oh, wait, crap. I actually need to go back. All right. What did he say?
End. There's the gradual canonizing or re-canonizing of elements from the Netflix shows across No Way Home, Hawkeye, and She-Hulk. And speaking of She-Hulk, before that series dropped, I made a video suggesting that the show's rapid and wide-reaching introduction of new superpowered characters heralded what I called a quantum leap forward in world building. A shift to a new approach where comic booky, colorful, weird characters could begin to appear in stories without having to be explained, to be given semi-plausible backstories. And yeah, I think it's fair to say that prediction aged like a damn Cabernet. Plus, this leap forward in world building...
No! That was so terrible. So, She-Hulk fixed world building when in the last episode they gave the entire audience a middle finger and a wet fart as a send-off, saying, lol, none of this actually happened. Sure, great world building.
And dropping in characters with no explanation, so you're saying that's a good thing?
Yes, apparently.
No, it's not, because yes, you don't need to explain every single character that you have, but the ones that play a role, people should probably know a little bit of. Now, that does not mean every single character gets their own movie, every single character gets their own or their own dedicated TV episode, but you need to at least do something to explain the characters.
No. Oh, it's funny. Funny man with horn.
Oh.
What's it?
Palpy. Wine does eventually turn into vinegar.
No. Like an egg in a pantry. That's wonderful.
Yeah. He's using that as a defense. That
I know.
Not aging, that not introducing characters properly is a good thing.
Yeah, it's probably why he likes Phase 4.
Okay.
Because did they not introduce characters properly?
I mean, at the very least, Valkyrie was introduced, and we met her before how terrible she was in Thor: Love and Thunder. We at least knew her.
Yeah, she's the drunk one. That's useless.
Yeah. Palpy.
No. No, wait. You're beautiful, Palpy. All right.
Beautiful. Maybe just throwing this out there. Maybe get some some cream, to help out with those wrinkles. Just a thought.
Yeah, and maybe learn to control force lightning.
Yeah.
Do a couple practice. Go to the targeting range.
I wasn't gonna suggest anything about the lightning.
I'm just saying, if people can reflect it back and age you 80 years, you can only do that probably once. All right? You might want to learn to control it so that you don't look like you're 200 years old.
Yes, Palpy, yes.
You know what? That's a W. That's a win.
Yes.
I'll give that one to you. Don't change a thing except
you're perfect just the way you are, Palpy.
Maybe go to the targeting range to figure out force lightning. But other than that, you're beautiful. It's fine.
Is sort of matched by the way multiversal and dubiously canonical characters can now enter stories with no heavy introduction needed, and perhaps even by the way less realistic, more comic booky locations and settings have been gradually introduced throughout, like Ta Lo, the Realm of Eternity, or Omnipotent City. That isn't an accident. That's a shift Phase 4 has consciously...
There are so many new realms and new places on this one planet. I'm just saying.
And the fact that you need to go to a specific place to get to eternity, even though eternity is one of the celestial beings in the Marvel universe, and like has like a personality. He's not just a genie that grants a wish that
He's a dork.
you have to get to, and the first person who gets to him gets a wish.
Why?
Even though that nullifies that, I mean, someone must have gotten there before him to know that. So what?
I like the idea that Eternity left his post and just started whispering rumor bullshit in bars. Because he got lonely. He got tired of no one knowing that he had this secret thing. And so he just started the rumors himself.
I mean, because I'll admit, I like the design of Eternity. The whole, just this being that has just, that his body is made up of space with stars and planets and shit in there. I think that's a fantastic idea for a design for a character. It just sucked.
Yeah, he looks like a face. He looks like a space door.
Yeah.
We've been making toward expansion, toward future possibility, toward the new. And if you still
remember Daredevil on Netflix?
So good.
So good.
Well, not sold.
And
Let's
Vincent D'Onofrio was perfect as the Kingpin.
Yeah, it was great.
World building. For instance, look at the increased emphasis on cultures and perspectives outside the established.
You know what's weird is this is one of those like Marvel comedic moments, but you've taken away the context and anything around it, and I'm just kind of like looking at a bizarre spectacle. Now, it's just.
And are they? I also think it's amazing that they do such a, they focus so much on the fact that she's foreign, but they pay almost zero attention to her Muslim faith.
She's not that foreign.
Oh.
It's probably what the writers are like. She's not that foreign. It's like, you do realize there are Americans that were, that came here and that are born here, that have the Muslim faith.
If I remember correctly, I believe she is a second generation immigrant. It's like her parents immigrated to the States, but she was born here. I think that's the backstory. But she was also raised Muslim, and that's like not touched on like at all. It's like it's almost like it's a checkbox, but not actually have her do any Jewish or Muslim.
Jewish? Oh, you're racist. Oh, you're racist. They're not all the same.
But not. But it doesn't have her like actually practicing any Muslim traditions,
like not eating pig, or celebrating a holiday,
or having
rape,
like, or at the very least wearing a hijab.
That's like bare minimum. Especially if I'm gonna go and say it, if that mom is from the Middle East and she grew up wearing that, there is a very low chance that she wouldn't still be wearing that in America.
Yeah.
Just saying. She doesn't get to America and rips it off. It's like, no. Like, the hijab is supposed to be, like, important to the faith. It's not just something that you wear because, lol, I live in a desert. It's like no. It's like
Mhm.
it's like there's like religious.
I mean, that was. I mean,
connotations to it.
there were certainly practical reasons for it, but it was also very much it's also a part of the Islamic tradition and faith.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like it's not
Yeah.
just because you live in the desert. There's more
Right.
to it. And so just because you don't live in the desert anymore doesn't mean that you're not gonna wear it. You're all of a sudden gonna be super Americanized, and you know what I mean. It's just like a lot. I will say that Kamala Khan's never going to be an interior designer because look at the state of this bedroom. It is so chaotic. I don't even. It's like TikTok on a wall. Like, what is even happening on this wall? Looks like shit.
It does.
Yeah, is that it?
Established remit of Infinity Saga era MCU. Sure, toward the end of that time, we got Black Panther and Captain Marvel. Films looking at this largely white, largely male world from an African American.
Okay. They had black people in Africa living in huts. Do I need and spears? Okay. Do I need to remember?
And no, it's not looking. It was not looking at the African American view of the world. It was looking at the African view of the world,
Which is vastly
written
different
by
than the African American version.
written by the African American view
Yes.
of the African traditions, not the African traditions.
Lol,
Klobby!
We'll live in huts, right? That's
Yeah.
that's what African. No, actually,
Hey, Klobby.
I don't know. Maybe you should have gotten somebody that knows African shit to do at the movie in Africa. And
Yeah.
Africa has cities. I don't know what this is about. Look, they have skyscrapers, and the rest of the people have huts. And it's like, but why though?
Yeah.
Why is this whole civilization not prospering through? Oh, and hi, Klobby. Sorry, I was on a train of thought there. I didn't want to derail myself like I'm currently doing.
Good job.
Why? I know, I'm such a professional to some E. So why would you not share that wealth of that metal? Why would it not be super common in that culture? Because they have so much of it to have like everyday outfits have vibranium attached to it. You know, you can still have like the tribal, like the the tribal kind of vibe with it, but you can have like everyone's like wealthy. You know, everyone has like this kind of like wealth that comes with it, not really like wealth that we would know, but like a wealth of like there's plenty of food, there's plenty to drink, the houses are all like insane compared to ours. It's not huts. I always go back to this when I talk about futuristic science fictional design combined with ancient cultures and traditional cultures. I always go to Stargate. The Goa'uld had giant pyramid ships that they flew in on, okay? Giant pyramid ships.
Yep.
And they made perfect sense. And the interiors were lined with hieroglyphics. I can never say that word correctly, but you get my gist. It just, everything vibed with it. It was ancient Egypt combined with futuristic sci-fi technology. And they did it perfectly. And I don't know why you couldn't do that with Africa. Because there was some of it was okay. Like I liked some of the outfits, but some of it was dumb. Like I don't get the huts. I don't get why there are people in your future, like insanely supposed to be like utopian, futuristic, sci-fi society living in huts and doing traditional farming. You know what I mean? Why is everyone not super high tech? Why is it not? Why is it not utopian? Like futuristic sci-fi utopian married with African cultures and traditions.
And you can't.
also,
I was just going to say, you cannot tell me one iota that this rare mineral drops from the sky onto this tribe, and they don't use it to conquer the rest of the planet.
Or bare minimum, the rest of the continent.
Yeah. There's no reason why Wakanda should have had a vast empire. The whole idea that an ancient tribe discovers this rare mineral that has all these amazing properties, and they don't harness it to expand their territory and power. That's just idiotic.
Well, you'd have to have like a very, so it'd have to be, you'd have to have a setup of like a leader or like a type of society. It couldn't just be your everyday average, just people. You just couldn't have it. They'd have to be like, they'd have to have had a history of peace, or or they tried the conquering thing, and for some reason they get their asses kicked because somebody in the tribe betrayed them, and the other tribes unified together and kicked their ass or something. So that could explain why they secluded themselves and didn't bother trying to help anybody after that. There are ways you can do that, but it's like you can't just like introduce something, like throw that out there and then have no like logical progression to how they became. Because you can't just go, hey, meteorite falls near tribe. Tribe picks it up, and then fast forward several like years later, centuries later, and then you have Wakanda. It's like, no, there's like certain events, and it wouldn't have taken long. You could have added just 30 more seconds to the intro to explain it, and they didn't. So, just kind of more wasted potential, because that's all I can get from Marvel nowadays.
Pretty much.
I'm jaded. I'm so jaded.
I thought you were Eris.
And I wanted to like, whatever. I wanted to like that Black Panther too, because I thought he was so awesome in Civil War, and I really, really liked him in like the Marvel cartoon, a few of the Marvel cartoons that I'd seen him in. I thought he was cool. So,
and then, I mean, it also helped that they cast an incredibly gifted, charismatic actor with Chadwick Boseman.
Yep, hard rep.
And it's horrible what happened to him.
Yeah, not fair.
And they should have, they should have just recasted him instead of releasing that terrible, terrible movie sequel.
That movie was so disrespectful to him. Lol, he died because of a disease. Oh, he didn't even die saving his people. He didn't die in a heroic death. You
should have just recast.
Yeah, you could have done anything else.
I mean, yeah, I get it. I get it. The writers and the whole production, they felt bad that they lost their friend. I get that, but the character is bigger than one actor, and if you wanted to, and his own family even said, recast the role and let the character that he had passion for continue.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get to the annoying sister that almost nobody liked.
Which is a shame because the actress is actually kind of based.
She is. It's just really annoying that they made her an annoying character. And don't tell the writers for Black Panther that Africa is not a single culture, and it's very rich and deep and has lots of cultures. It has lots of different societies, lots of different traditions, But if you wanted generic African tradition, blah 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 blah, and even though depending on where Wakanda was, depends on what kind of traditions it would have, what kind of culture it would have, because it would be region based, and depending on the tribe and the region that the meteorite fell down, like not all Native American cultures are the same. So if that would have happened to a Native American tribe, I know, shocking. If it like the Pueblos and the Cherokees would have had completely different reactions to a meteorite falling down out of the sky and having that happen to them. They would not have become the same because you're talking about two completely different tribes of people because they live in different regions, thus have different ways that they do things and have different faith and different religions and ceremonies and annoying. It's all annoying.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks about things. Ugh. Anyway.
Perspective and a female one. But Phase 4's really dialed.
Good. I'm so glad that I got my female perspective shown through Brie Larson. Thank you. I really appreciated that.
Brie Mark would be better.
Brie Mark would have been better.
This type of thing up. If the African American viewpoint is a relatively scarce one in big budget.
It is not. Okay, I'm getting angry. This is Africa and Africans and African Americans are not the same thing. Just because they're the same skin color, they are not the same. Oh my god, and they're not all the same skin color because Elon Musk is technically an African American. He's white as snow, but whatever. If you're born in Africa and you come to America, no matter what color and other ethnicity that you are an African American. You dumbass. Ugh.
I mean, I hate to break it to people, but African Americans who've been in the States for, whose families have been in the States for centuries, they are much closer to American in culture than they are to Africans in culture. That's just how it is.
Unless their family has continued a tradition of the cultures, which some families do. But
true, but that is fairly rare.
I would say the majority have not because they are entrenched in American culture. I just also want to say, if I hear anybody call Idris Elba a African American, I will absolutely lose my mind.
British.
He's British, first of all. Yeah, I've heard that before. African American actor Idris Elba. I'm like, I'm sorry. What? I guess African British actor doesn't sound the same.
Budget Hollywood franchises, the Muslim American, Chinese American.
No, you don't get to call her Muslim because they didn't give a shit that she was Muslim. So you don't get to do that.
And sorry, pal, Muslim American is not a race. That's a religion.
Muslims aren't a race. You do have Middle Easterners, but even then they come from different places and have different cultures. And wow, it's almost like the world is slightly complicated. You can't just boil it down to a couple words smushed together.
And there are plenty of Americans in this country who adopt the Islamic faith. I mean, it's not a religion is not a race. There are people of all colors that have that believe all different types of things. Like there are Asians who are Christian. Yeah. There are Middle Easterns who are Christian. There are white people who are Islamic. It's like
and Hindu and Buddhist and
I know it's almost like religious beliefs and teachings don't apply to your skin color.
What? You mean something I can willingly choose doesn't apply to something I have no choice in? What are you talking about?
Correct.
No. The only thing that could go, the closest thing you can get to religion and race is Jewish. And that's the only reason is because...
That's a little different, because there is a difference between...
mom, yes.
Yes.
There mom is involved. Mom passes on the Jewishness, yes. Quote unquote. But even then, you can still join. It's just more complicated.
Yes.
So anybody can do it. But there is a slight racial aspect to traditional Judaism. So, but I mean, honestly, it's not 100% followed anymore anyway. So.
and Central American perspectives are almost non-existent. And would you ever have expected an Egyptian superheroine to pop up in the MCU of previous?
Yeah, why not? Why couldn't an Egyptian heroine pop up? I don't know. I don't see why not. It'd be like if you're talking about more fringe superheroes, because a lot of superheroes are American based because most of them were created in America. So, like in Phase 4, you could have done all of that. Also, her arms are intense. I gotta say that. There's some intense arm muscles. I can't stop looking at them. Oh, she has like things around her arms. Okay, all right. I was just
Yeah.
I thought those were just her arms. I didn't know she had bracers around her arms. Okay, all right. That's a little bit more. Okay, all right. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on.
years. Plus, depending on how you count it, Phase 4's had 3 to 5
Stop it. Stop showing me She-Hulk. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
Get this hoe out.
projects with a primarily female POV, compared to the one of all previous phases. Eternal
Ah, yes, the white one. Yes, definitely. There definitely wasn't anybody of any other
And
anything.
how many people were asking for a Black Widow movie before we actually got it? But back when they were still
Everybody.
doing, like back
Everybody.
during like Phase 2, people were going, "Where's the Black Widow movie? When are we getting
Age
a
of
solo Black Widow
Ultron.
movie?"
Age of Ultron teased her backstory, and everyone like unanimously was like, "Obviously, Black Widow is coming next because you teased her backstory, and then you didn't give it to us until she was dead." Thank you so much for that, Marvel.
Yeah, when we finally get the movie, it's after she already died. Like, thank you.
And nobody cares anymore because she's already dead as a character, so my investment is already gone. And that entire movie was it wasn't even in Budapest, which is what everyone wanted to. Everyone wanted to see what happened in Budapest and see how Hawkeye and her became a thing. But no, it was literally just to set up her sister as the new Black Widow in the future. Thanks, Marvel.
Yeah.
Literally not at all the movie anybody wanted.
Remember when Black Widow had like this emotional breakdown about the fact that she can't have children in Age of Ultron? And then and then both she and her sister were joking about not being able to have children, and it was treated like a joke. Remember that great writing?
Well, I got my uterus ripped out when I was like 12. Ha, lol. So funny. Oh, that's against your will too. Great, wonderful. That's an incredibly invasive procedure that is abusive, and I don't even know what kind of abusive, but borderline. It's physical, probably psychological, probably maybe a little sexual. Depends. It's just just ripping women's, actually not even women, young girls' uteruses out. Yeah,
Yep.
That's normal, totally funny too. Isn't it funny, Josh?
Yeah, it's hilarious that they're like they're treating this horrible thing because of the calculated thing of they didn't want any potential problems, and so like ripping out their means of being a mother, thus giving them a possible way out of their life. No, can't do that. So it's
yeah.
like,
We gotta send you
treat
on
that as a joke. We'll treat that as a joke.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll send you on that honeypot mission when you're 15 because the guy we're going after is kind of a weirdo, and it's fine if something happens because you can't get pregnant from it. Those are the thoughts I had after that scene.
Mm-hmm.
But it was funny. Remember how funny it was?
It was funny. Yeah.
So funny. It wasn't horrific, and God only knows how much trauma happened from it.
Train these women that they can utilize their sex to get what they want for information purposes, and you don't have to worry about any potential consequences against these women's will. Yeah, that's funny.
Except, a fun fact, STDs don't care if you have a uterus or not.
Oh yeah.
Weird, that. Just saying. Anyway.
Eternals 2 probably deserves a mention here. In terms of casting and setting, it's the most global project to date in this franchise. And
Hold on. I gotta rewind. I gotta figure out.
female POV, compared to the one of all previous phases. Eternals 2 probably deserves a mention
Okay. Alright, this is about Eternals?
here. In terms of casting and setting, it's the most global project to date in this franchise.
And yet, nobody talks about it, and it was a joke, a throwaway line of a joke in She-Hulk, and that is the only time it's been acknowledged in the entire MCU Phase 4 and now Phase 5. We've begun Phase 5 and nobody has talked about it except for a throwaway line of She-Hulk.
And also remember, they race and gender swapped an Asian character to make them black, and then changed a white character to be Asian. Why not just
Yeah.
keep the Asian character Asian then? Like, what's the point of race swapping them?
It's fine, don't worry about it. Totally not racist.
Oh.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Look, with regard to representation, some of this stuff is shallow. Maybe people think this thing.
Oh
Some
my
of
God.
it is shallow. I would say almost all of it is shallow.
I'm surprised he actually mentioned it. I will give him credit.
You get a point, sir. You get a single point. I am genuinely shocked. But I will go ahead and correct you. Almost all of it is shallow.
So much of this is it's so
Yes.
thin.
They want seal claps on Twitter. Okay, that's why they
Yeah.
do this. They don't actually get. Again, if representation matters so much, all right, and if it does and if it doesn't, I don't even want to get into that argument. But if it does, why have them be the shallowest, most generic, almost stereotypical versions of that representation? What benefit does that do anybody? And what benefit does anybody to see a character, to see someone who was white is now black simply because you wanted a black person in there? But you didn't have faith in a black character that was new and unique and different, all on, be able to carry something on their own merit. I don't understand that. I don't. It's like you don't have enough faith in in your creation
Because they
based
don't.
on like superficial race issues or whatever, just superficial things, that you have to replace another character so that you can get that. I don't understand that. It's like, so you don't actually think that a black superhero could stand on their own? That is so insulting. That is so insulting. Why? What is stopping you from making such kick-ass new superheroes that just so happen to be black? What is stopping that from happening? I don't understand. Quite frankly, I am sick and tired of seeing reboots of Spider-Man and Batman. All right, I would love a fresh take of a new, unique superhero that I've never heard before. I would love that. I don't give a shit what they look like. I would love that. I'm sick and tired of it. I want something new. Something I can sink my teeth into, And I'm just, I want layers. I want cinema. I'm sick of this kind of just shallow bullshit. That's like, look, there's a black person, clap. It's like, yeah, but they're in a shitty movie, and their character isn't really even a character because you didn't bother making them a character. You just said, look, that's a black person. Anyway, moving on. No, that's not. That is so racist. I don't even know what to do with you at that point. Just take a risk. You're so scared of taking risks now. Take a risk. Maybe it won't pay off. Maybe it will. Who knows?
But the chart says that taking risks are risky.
Oh, it's race. I thought you were going to say it's racist. Taking risks are racist.
Ah, damn it! That would have been funnier.
Oh man. Anyway, moving forward. So annoyed. Ugh.
Got that bit missed the mark, and I'm sure that is the case with a lot of this, but I also know
Ah, yes, the magical Chinese people. Almost as I don't know. Do you remember the whole magical Native American person thing that happened
Yeah.
there for a while? Now we have magical Asian people. Yeah, sure, movie. Just saying. I will say, as far as like myths, Asian like legends and myths are some of the least. As far as like American versions, obviously they'll, in Asian countries, their own studios will make myths and movies about it, right?
Mhm.
But I will say, like, as far as mythos goes, I'm kind of sick of the Greek and the Norse, even though I absolutely adore those two. I want to see something different, right? Like, take me to ancient Japan or Dynasty China, or God forbid, Vietnam before anyone acknowledged it as a country in the Vietnam War. you know, um, Indonesia. You have Korea.
Or
You
how?
could do
Or since Hollywood is,
India.
or since Hollywood is so desperate to cast, nothing but blacks and everything, how about actual African tales? Like,
Oh, they did. It was called the She King or something like that, and it was horrific.
yeah.
And it was actually a total butchering of the tale that it was on, to
hold
everybody's
on,
shock.
hold on. How is Woman King inaccurate? It has several women forced to be together that then lead to multiple deaths. How is that wrong?
I was going by historical, not like actual modern day emotional. Okay. Women can work together. Just saying, they can. It is a thing that can happen. All right. You just gotta weed out that one hoe that's gonna ruin everything. Okay, and you gotta throw her away. that's pretty much because she'll
Throw her
start
to
shit.
Iceland.
Yes, throw it. Yeah, you just gotta throw that hoe out because she'll ruin it all, and she'll pick up the insecurities of like half of it and just ruin it. Oh my god, I forgot about Cleopatra. I'm not even touching that one. I heard it was atrocious. I heard that thing was abomination. I love Cleopatra as like a historical figure because she's fascinating. She's absolutely fascinating.
The fact that you had the country of Egypt threatening to sue Netflix over that was amazing.
You were so inaccurate with one of our like main people that Egypt
one
is
of the
known
most
for.
famous Egyptians of all time.
Yes. Yeah. Literally, you did such a shit job telling our history that we're suing you. That's funny. That's hilarious. I kind of super love that.
But the producer's mom told her that there was no way that Cleopatra was white. She was a sister. That's what her mom told her.
Oh, that's kind of racist. I hope people don't think that every single person that ever lived in Africa ever is like the darkest, blackest skinned person alive. There are tones. There are tones depending on how close you are to the equator, depends on how dark your skin got. That's pretty much what happened. So if you were like in Egypt, you would have a lighter skin tone than somebody further south than you, and vice versa. So whatever. That is beautiful. That is amazing.
That is wonderful.
That is a 10 out of 10.
Can
Yes, an
DreamWorks
African
stop
mythos.
the catastrophe? I love it.
Yes, I love it. And yes, real African mythos. I know there's other like mythologies out there. Hell, Irish mythos hasn't even been really covered. Okay.
No.
I mean, there is so like Celtic. You got, I mean, Native American mythos rarely hasn't been covered. And there's all different types from all different tribes. You got depending on what region. Are you talking Mayan, Aztecs, Pueblos, the Cherokees? Navajos, like you're talking about all different types that you have there. You have so many different things that you can use and have that as, if you want, look, I don't want white people in my movie. Okay, well then tell stories about mythos from a particularly like specifically not white like culture. And you can do that. And that's perfectly fine. As long as it's good, people will watch it. That's pretty much how it is for the most part.
Yeah.
No, yeah, probably. Because again, it depends on the climate of your ancestors and how close they were to the equator, how dark their skin was. That's literally why we have different skin tones. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. There's a reason why when white people have UV rays, we get soak in enough UV rays on their skin, and then they stop looking like a lobster. They tan. Their skin has gained more, melanin because they have been exposed to the sun more than they usually do. That's the difference. So, I don't know why this is such a. The world is rich with cultures and different types of, all different types of cultures, all different types of religions, and we keep doing the same ones over and over again. And I would just like a change. I'd like a change. I'd like just something a little different. All right. And you know what? If it's indie movies that need to do it, fine. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like there are lots of mythological tales that are going to be lost to time because we won't shut up about Greece and Norse stuff. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Greece mythology and I love me some Norse mythology, obviously. But I also would like to hear other tales too. Just saying. But whatever, what do I know? I'm just a white American. I don't know shit.
That this relatively more global, more inclusive focus has made a lot of people really.
How dare they cast all those characters in the first three like Avenger movies, whatever, as mostly white when they were mostly white. I know they look like the characters in the comics. Thor.
Yeah.
How come you want to tell like about a Muslim superhero? Who the hell cares? As long as it's good, I don't give a shit. Shocking, I know. I just want good shit. That's all I want.
That sounds racist.
I know. How dare I not give a fuck what the religion of a superhero is in a superhero movie as long as it's a good movie? What a mind-boggling concept. How racist of me. That.
Happy it is.
Also, the point here
Yes, did you say yes? I'll fight you.
isn't to look at the specifics of what we've seen in Phase 4, flawed or otherwise. Stuff like Fastos' Family, Mark at the Shiver, or Kamala's Home Life. Some of Phase 4's comparatively intersectional bent.
That is shitty wallpaper. Tell me I'm wrong. Chris, I mean, not Chris, but fuck, I keep calling everybody Chris today. Josh!
Oh my gosh!
What are you working on? It's an epidemic. I've been cursed. Everybody's Chris today.
It's very grandma wallpaper. It is very grandma wallpaper.
I would not insult my grandma with this wallpaper. This is shit. Who sold this to you?
You
Fire them.
you never met my grandmas.
Okay. Well, my grandma would never. Okay.
Okay.
Orange and blue. The orange and blue is what's throwing me off. If it was different colors, maybe. You know, but it's drab. It's like beige and orange and blue. It's drab.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I am sick and tired of seeing every kid in a Hollywood movie, for the most part, except the really poor ones, have like the biggest room ever. Like, I grew up in the middle class, and my room was like tiny as fuck. So I just.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, look, I can fit an entire computer desk and like a couch and, you know, and a king size bed in my. It's like, no. I think I had a full. And that was big to me. I was living it up in a full size bed. We've entered the Chris verse where everyone's Chris. Thank you. There we go. Okay, that's more accurate. That is more accurate. Yeah. But she's the first Muslim Pakistani superhero that was an Inhuman, now retconned as the world's first mutant. No, I thought Scarlet Witch was the first mutant. Question mark. Has to be a room. You have to be able to fit all the crew in the cameras. You know what's funny? I've never thought of it like that. Ever. Not once have I ever thought about that. As far as a kid's room goes. That's hilarious. Come on, surely they have small enough cameras they can do it now. Just film it on your iPhone. That's fine.
May be great. Some of it may be shallow and craven. The point I'm trying to make is that it's increasing. Phase 4 has...
So some of it might be shallow, and that's fine. That's fine. It's shallow as fuck. Who cares? In our diversity.
Some of it might be shallow. But
you're roboted. No. Josh, robot. Josh, robot. No. You're staticky. Did you just roll around in a giant rug? No. She's, I don't know anymore, Chris. What do you want from me? It's totally fine to be shallow as long as you're diverse. Okay, great. What if I wanted rich characters and I didn't give a shit what they looked like? I'm not allowed to do that. Okay, I got it. Josh, say something. Josh, have you fixed yourself?
am I still a robot?
No! It got
Am I
worse.
still robotic?
No.
Got worse.
No, it's better now. Why are you delayed?
Am I delayed now? What?
Okay. You're delayed to me a little bit.
I'm gonna leave and come back. Maybe that'll clear up.
Okay. I'm all over there. La 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 da 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 da. Yeah, he did sound better. It was just delayed for me, which is weird. Da 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 da. He didn't come back. Oh no. Josh, come back. Josh, come back. back. Oh my goodness. So low. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. I have to be careful I'm not like humming copyrighted song. They'll hear it and they'll say, yep, you're playing copyrighted music. Yep. Mm-hmm. Josh. Josh, come back. Josh has come back. Yay.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I closed several tabs. Hopefully they'll.
Did you have the Brie mark open in a secret tab?
Maybe.
Yep. I told you it's too powerful.
It is. It is.
You have
Yeah,
all of Mark's abs combined with Brie Larson combined with Captain Marvel. I mean, what are we supposed to do with that thing? It's a monster.
Cry. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. That is true.
Clearly shown an effort across TV and film to include more of these perspectives, more of the experiences, more of the cultures, more of the life ways that were pushed to the margins throughout this franchise's first 10 or so years. And now, standing on the threshold of Phase 5, the MCU has become a series where focusing on other, less highlighted lived experiences is more possible than ever before. This is another angle of what I mean by Phase 4's focus on expansion. It's taking us toward a wider world, a deeper world, one which reflects the diversity of the human experience just a little better. But this bearing toward newness isn't limited to introducing new realities, new characters, new ways of bringing.
Okay, hold on, because this is very, very important. Okay.
What? Oh my god.
There you go.
I approve. Fusion dance. You gotta hit it right at the right time, because
we now have their backstory.
I get it. Yep.
We have their backstory now. Yeah. Yeah. That might have been what I was working on when I started Robot.
Uh-huh. You know, Chris, it's really weird how a self-insert character suddenly becomes somebody else's self-insert character when somebody else writes it.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward, isn't it? Nice. I approve. I approve that.
I had to explain how the world got Brie Mark.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. It has sacrificed the audio quality of my stream, but that's fine. It's fine, Josh.
It was for Brie Mark. What's more important?
It was for the children.
Yes. Oh my God, Chris, I didn't notice that.
Oh no, because it's Trunks, I think.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Is it Go?
Yeah.
I can't remember who it is.
It was Goten and Trunks.
Yes. Gotenks or whatever.
Yep.
Was it Gogeta? I think is the better one. He has the arrogance of Vegeta, but yeah, it's just great. Vegeta's the best.
In characters, or even including new cultures. On a meta level, on a generic level, on a formal level, Phase 4 has really pushed the MCU forward. First of all, shows. I know we're at the point now of taking this side of the franchise for granted, and yes, obviously the MCU didn't invent the television format, but I do think that launching this new format of storytelling.
Fun fact, Marvel had shows before Phase 4.
Yes, they did.
It could be the Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, we had Iron Fist, we had Daredevil, we had Punisher.
If you want to go back, Hulk had a very successful TV show back in the 70s with Bill Bixby as
I'm talking about MCU, like MCU shows that haven't been in the MCU.
But I'm talking Marvel in general. It's like the whole idea of Marvel has TV shows. Well, yeah, they've had for a long time.
Yes.
The
Well,
Hulk and Captain
yes.
America had TV shows in the 70s. It's like it's not new.
Iron Man had several TV shows. Avengers Assemble was a TV show with this absolutely amazing intro music sequence. Okay. You had your X-Men, you had your Spider-Man.
The X-Men animated series remains the greatest theme song of all time. Fight me.
It's up there. It's decent. It's decent. Still like CSI Miami's better. Just saying.
That's a regular pop song. That doesn't count. Get that shit out of here. I'm talking about one composed for the show.
I'm sorry. The Who is just a regular pop band now. How dare you? Get out of here.
Yeah, I said it.
Get out. Get out.
No.
Yeah. Won't get fooled again. Absolutely slaps. Don't even. Oh yeah, didn't they have Marvel animes? I'm pretty sure they had Marvel animes.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, but no, this is the first time Marvel TV.
Telling in a way that kind of folds in seamlessly to this established.
All right, I'm gonna go and
seamlessly.
I'm ignoring what he's saying because I'm so focused on everything else. Her wearing dark blue eyeshadow is phenomenal, and you should make that a regular look. Just saying.
Blockbuster film franchise is a pretty considerable shakeup that deserves, at the very least, our recognition. I know all of these small screen projects have their flaws, have their critics, but on a purely formal level,
because they suck.
A new side of the MCU that Phase 4 has introduced and normalized. And going by the way Marvel Studios seems to be moving.
Oh God. I will say I kind of liked her. I just didn't like what they did with her character. So I'm kind of don't trust them to do it right. You know? I don't know.
Away from the standard 6-episode template, or the way the She-Hulk team reformatted the show's order to avoid the already stale penultimate episode backstory dump, I think it's fair to say that Phase 4's been a teething process of sorts for the MCU's Disney Plus branch.
Which is absolutely
process? Teething
good.
is supposed to happen early on.
We've had 10 years to prepare for this, and yet now we're at the teething phase. No, that means that we've gone backwards.
No, you are in the going septic, desperately needing an operation stage now.
Yeah, like you had your years to sort out your shit, and you can't just sort it out now because you already had that time. You had all right, I'll forgive you because you kind of just started this phase. All right. I'm not going to give that to them now.
Yeah. So you've had time to figure out how to do this.
But what's even worse is in those early days, like Iron Man, for instance, is one of the best MCU movies, and it was like one of the absolute first ones. So it's
Iron Man was the first one. Yeah.
Well, I don't remember. Did it or Incredible Hulk come out first? I always forget. It came out in the same year, like months apart, and I can never remember which came out first. Iron Man. Okay.
So Iron Man was the first MCU movie.
Okay, so Iron Man came out. It absolutely slapped, and it was phenomenal, right? And for some reason, I'm supposed to be like, oh, I'm just gotta wait. Phase 4 was a teething process, and I'm like, well, then how come the first movie that came out was one of the best ones in the entire franchise? Because it didn't need a teething process. It was just great right out of the gate. So please tell me, why do you deserve a teething process when the first one that came out of the box was one of the best ones? It set a standard. That standard was high.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just supposed to forgive your shitty mediocre bullshit now because, oh, well, we're growing. It's like, no. And also, I think it's really rude to go on and on about how diverse Phase 4 is, and then also be like, well, I mean, it's teething. Oh, so the white phases, according to you, were fine, but the verse one was kind of shit. But you're not gonna say it. It was okay. It just needed a work and whatever. But it's fine. So we saved all the shitty portions of it for the non-white people, right?
Makes sense.
Totally. That's not racist at all. That's fine. Am I saying I'm not going to watch the Agatha series? I don't trust them to do it good. I don't trust them to do anything good anymore. They sacrifice their goodwill, okay, to continue moving on with this Marvel shit, all right? And because they did that, they now have to earn it back. And I am not somebody that just gives that shit away. I don't just give that away. You have to really earn that shit back.
Mm-hmm.
So I good luck. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those like, good luck. I don't know how you're gonna do it. Go ahead, try. I don't know. Oh, there's an Agatha series apparently that's either rumored or set to come out. I don't remember what the article said. It's a 9-episode miniseries called Agatha: The Coven of Chaos, which is weird. I thought chaos magic was red, but that's fine. I guess.
Process that's taken us from a purely cinematic MCU to one which now includes a whole second branch, encompassing hyper-serialized.
We really are just going to ignore the MCU TV series, aren't we?
Yeah.
Agents of
'Cause,
S.H.I.E.L.D.
I mean, also,
Inhumans.
I forgot entirely about the Inhumans.
So did everybody else.
But
It looks better than everything now. Funnily enough.
But at least Black Bolt is now on Strange New Worlds for Star Trek.
Oh, good, because that would have been a character that I didn't know existed. That would have been fascinating to know about, but that's fine. It's whatever.
That guy needs a better agent.
Yeah.
He really does.
Head go boom.
Yeah.
Dramas, more standalone adventures, honestly kind of experimental projects, animation, and one-off events. That's an explosion of possibilities.
I
for
call
what
that
genre
animation.
forms and
It's the loosest term of animation I will give it. It's animated. Kinda. It's not good animation.
Done well. Yeah.
No, because it was hurried because it happened during the pandemic.
I'm sorry, why was it hurried? Why do you need to hurry animation?
Because they needed to get
They're
the content
Disney.
out. Because they wanted to get the content out since they couldn't do filming.
Stupid Disney. Disney, you're known for your animation. I just want you to know that. Just as a friendly reminder, you're known for your animation. But what do I know? I definitely didn't grow up watching all the Disney movies on repeat. So what the fuck do I know? Disney.
MCU stories can adopt going forward. An explosion that seems to have passed a lot of people by. I mean, take Werewolf by Night. A lot of people's reactions to Werewolf by Night were along the lines.
A lot of their reactions was, I'm sorry, what was that?
A lot of people's reaction was, there was a werewolf series?
When the fuck was there a werewolf series in there? I will say I have not been the best person to advertise to Marvel shit, but I am shocked that literally not a single person talked about a werewolf series. Nobody. Nobody talked about it. Did you see anybody talk about this? I didn't see Gary. I didn't see Mahler. I didn't see anybody. Nobody talked about this series.
Don't recall anyone mentioning this show.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Of wow, this is good, this is different, this is what Phase 4 should have been, without seeming to realize that that was Phase 4. Werewolf by
Hey, I like this.
What?
This is what the whole thing should have been. Well, that's what the whole thing was. It's like, well, apparently not because I didn't like the rest of it. Just. What kind of logic is that? Hey, look, I finally found a burger from one of these mini burger fast food restaurants that I liked. Yeah, well, all of those were burgers. But yeah, but they were bad. What do you mean? I was looking for a good one. Yes, I acknowledge they were all burgers, but they were all shit. So this is like the first time I'm acknowledging that this is a good burger because it's good. Unhelpful sentence. Stupid sentence. Josh, are you making shit again?
I'm now hungry.
You're now hungry because I talked about burgers? Well, you know what? It
Yes.
is like 5 o'clock over there, so we have 5
It
more
is.
minutes. We got 5 more minutes, we can do it.
Night was a product of Phase 4, of this wider, relatively experimental vision of the MCU. It would never have been made in previous years, partially because the release infrastructure required for this so-called Marvel special presentation didn't exist during the Infinity Saga, and
Okay, so irrelevant point. This never would have been made because this thing never existed before. Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing gets past you, does it?
Yeah. Hey, this didn't exist. This couldn't have been
This-
made before because the
this
thing
did-
that created it didn't exist before. Yeah.
This didn't exist before it existed.
Yes. Indeed.
You're so smart.
Big smart.
partially because owing to this, the way the MCU's release strategy was dependent on
Stop reminding me of Fat Thor. Stop it.
And Valkyrie.
Stop reminding. Y'all don't care about Valkyrie either. Don't even try, Marvel, to pretend like you care. You didn't even give her a name. And she has a name. Her name's Brunhilde. Okay?
Mhm.
That is literally her name in the comics. But sure, just continue calling her the title of that also probably associates her like Vietnam flashbacks her back to the point where Hela absolutely killed every single one of her comrades. And potentially her girlfriend. If that was never clarified ever, but you know, whatever.
Apparently, the
kinda murdered
actress
them.
said it was. Apparently, the actress said it was her girlfriend, even though it was never addressed at all in the movie.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know if it was. That very easily could have just been a comrade, like a dear comrade in arms, like an older sister.
Yeah.
Because shockingly, you can have people be close to each other and not wanting to fuck each other. What a shocking revelation, Josh. I know.
People
I
can have
know.
relationships that
And
don't
it
end in
not-
sex?
I know. They can just be friends. What a concept. Or they could just be mentor and mentee. They could just be big and little sis. They could just be friends. They could be, what a mind-blowing. Utterly mind-blowing. You know what? I don't even know. I think they were both shit for different reasons. What they should have had is they should have had Sif come back, and Sif should have punched Thor in the face and knocked him out of the tent, and then basically done like a Rambo-style training montage of her getting him back in shape. And you can't convince me any different. So it's like, okay, listen here, you asshole. Because he's like, "Oh, Sif, I'm so happy to see you." Boom, and they just zoom out and just see him flung across the sea because she punches him so hard. She's like, "Get your shit together. The world is at stake here, you asshole." There you go. I give you your Marvel comedic moment. New Mutants doesn't count because literally no one remembers that either.
I completely forgot about that.
Was it actually good? Well, guess what, Colin? You know that thing that you liked? Well, that's entirely what Phase 4 was. You know, you didn't like any of the other stuff. That's what Phase 4 was. Was that thing?
That's what this guy said. Yep.
I didn't even know that it existed before today, so I might check it out. I do like the black and white vibe. It looks like it was filmed on actual film because of the grain. You can tell the difference between digital and film grain, and that looked like film grain. So filming on film is a lot more difficult than filming digitally, even if I prefer myself to film digitally. The comics, no, that's not allowed. I don't do the comics, no. But Sif never would have put up with Thor being fat. Ever. She never would have put up with that shit. Because they would have had an actual relationship where they talked off the problems instead of him divulging himself into, fast food and video games. No, she would have punched him, gotten his shit together, and then helped him get back together. Because in my opinion, I think him and Sif were a better couple than him and Jane ever were. Yeah.
Yep.
Come at me. Yes. Apparently, Werewolf by Night is in Phase 4. So look at that. You like something else in Phase 4. I don't know if I just made your day or if I depressed you. So, yeah. Anyway.
On tentpole cinematic events, a black and white classic horror pastiche like this wouldn't have been a safe enough bet to release one.
I mean, it looks better than anything else I saw in Phase 4.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Widely. The fact that we're now in a place to get
Cthulhu Monster, I might add.
more different, more unique stuff like Werewolf by Night isn't solely down to the Disney Plus platform, though. Even in the mainline cinematic releases, we're seeing a stronger emphasis.
Why is there a Kit Kat bar flying through space? No, I want to know. Why is there a Kit Kat?
Yeah.
That looks like Kit Kat.
On genre and directorial style. The Doctor Strange sequel saw Sam Raimi really flexing his horror route.
No.
Oh, shut up.
No, it did not. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. Get the fuck out. Nope. No, I'm about to call this video right now. No. He was so suppressed. It wasn't even funny. It was so insulting.
You saw Sam Raimi be able to have a few moments where he was able to put his fingerprints on it, but this is not in any way feel like a Sam Raimi film at all. Shut up.
No. And just because Bruce Campbell was in it doesn't mean it feels like Sam Raimi, by the way. Okay, just saying. No, that was absolutely tough. You know how excited I was when I heard that Sam Raimi was directing a horror superhero movie? I was so pumped. I was so excited because I think horror and superhero need to be a thing more often, and I hate that it's not. Because my New Mutants got totally obliterated, so there went one horror superhero thing, and then I had this one, and I was so pumped, so excited, and they destroyed it, and they ruined it. It was 2 separate movies, almost 3 if you want to include American Chavez in there. American Chavez should have had her own thing. Wanda should have had her own movie, and this should have been dedicated to Doctor Strange dealing with the multiverse. For whatever reason you want to bring the multiverse in.
Yeah.
And I hate that you know it's not Sam Raimi. Oh, look, it's a zombie and Bruce Campbell was in it. And there's 2 seconds of Sam Raimi humor and that's it.
So you had you had like 1 or 2 seconds where it's like, okay, I can see a little bit of the Evil Dead here. I can see a little bit of Drag Me to Hell, but this was not in any way a Sam Raimi film. This was a corporate mess that Sam Raimi was allowed to put a few highlights on.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm glad we both got equally triggered about that. Man.
Eternal's restless contemplation was unmistakably Chloe Zhao, and for better or for worse.
Yeah, Eternals is good. Oh, is it? You might have been one of the only people to watch it. Giant stone human void coming out of the planet to the point that is in the upper. It is out of the Earth's atmosphere and into like the orbit part of the atmosphere, the orbital part. I can't remember what that part is called. Okay, it is sticking up. It is so far out. You almost run the risk of it interfering with the moon. You know what the moon or oh my god, moonfall. We can have moonfall. We can have moonfall.
Everything goes back to Moonfall with you.
It does. It does. It's a universal constant. Okay. It is. It's a universal constant. Just saying. Oh my god, I wish Logie was here because I can't. There was a movie we were watching the other day, and it was like I can't remember what it was, but they mentioned the moon falling out of orbit and crashing into the Earth, and I was like, moonfall! It's moonfall! We did it! I can't remember what it was.
Worse, Love and Thunder went way harder on the improv comedy vibe and lighter on the drama than even Ragnarok did.
Okay, no. Ragnarok was so much of a more superior film. Love and Thunder. How dare you even put them in the same category? How many low Earth orbit satellites crashed into its fine stratosphere? I think it's higher. I don't remember. Colin, why would you do that to me? Now I can't stop looking at it. Josh, help.
I noticed it a long time ago. I just hadn't said anything. But yeah.
Damn it. I don't even know what I was saying before. Oh well, apparently it wasn't that important.
So I do think Werewolf by Night is fairly representative of Phase 4, or at least the...
Hey, Colin, you know that...
All right.
That thing that you liked? Apparently it's representative of it. I kind of feel like I need to watch it now. You know? All right. Not necessarily. It depends on how it leaves. If it goes down, it will go down into the earth. If it goes up, it will shoot out into space. Kind of just depends.
There's no up and down in space.
You know what I mean, though. Do you understand what I'm talking about when I say up or down?
I do.
Okay, so when I say up or down, I mean up as in away from Earth and down as in towards Earth. It would depend on what the trajectory was. So if the orbit collapsed, it has a probability of going down. I don't know what the probability of it is. But if something hit it, then it could potentially shoot it out in space. I don't remember what it is. That is Swamp Thing? I thought Swamp Thing was... Is Swamp Thing DC?
Swamp Thing's DC.
So what the fuck is that? Oh my god. It's Marvel's ripoff.
The direction of Phase 4. It's embracing a new form and a new genre in a way we've seen a lot as of late, in a way we couldn't pre-Endgame. Generally, I think it's inarguable that we've seen a sharper sense of directorial style and a bigger embrace of genre in Phase 4 than we ever had before. Whether that's the
What
horror
are you
prestige
smoking?
above, the off-kilter sci-fi of
My brain decided to check out. I don't even.
What?
Help. My brain checked out.
A more unique directorial style. No. No. The earlier Marvel films had kind of let the directors get that feel that they wanted for their movies.
What?
It-
That's not allowed.
I mean, like, do people remember that Kenneth Branagh directed the first Thor movie? And it's
I don't know who that is. Yeah.
wow.
Said it. Yeah. I'm uncultured. What of it?
Yeah, you are. Anyway,
Damn it.
But the first Thor movie feels different than any of the others because it has his unique theatrical flair to it. Or for the most part, especially the first Captain America felt different than the others because it had that old time war period piece to it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, actually, I agree with that.
It's the first Iron Man, Jon Favreau, he directed it, and I mean, he directed some of the other films as well. But once the Russo brothers got in, they almost all felt pretty much like a Russo brothers movie, even if they didn't actually do it, with the exception of James Gunn. I would say James Gunn's the exception because the Guardian movies feel very different than any of the others. But
Yes.
now they're all very, very, very homogenized. Thor: Love and
it's
Thunder
formula.
in no way feels like any of the other films, and yet it feels the same to all the more recent ones, where it's just you can almost predict. Okay, here's the state our hero is in. A serious action scene that sets up everything up. We have a joke moment. We have a serious moment that then we undercut with a joke. And now we go on to another extended fight sequence. You can almost see the formula happening. Like you can predict, like every 20 to 30 minutes, there'll be an action scene. Like every time.
Yep. Pretty much.
These movies are soulless corporate now. There's no distinct voice. There's no distinct rhythm. That's why I said Multiverse of Madness. It's this convoluted corporate nightmare that Sam Raimi was allowed to have a few fingerprints on. But that's about it. There's no style. There's no individuality in the movies anymore.
Nope.
Loki, or the postmodern nightmare sitcoms of WandaVision. Add to this the wide variety of formal and storytelling opportunities offered by the burgeoning MCU animation branch, these new special presentations, plus whatever the hell I Am Groot was, and it's clear to see that Phase 4 has really expanded just what the MCU is on a fundamental level. Not accidentally, not incidentally, but consistently and coherently. To sum up then, Phase 4.
Okay, oh, did he just say coherently?
Did he say coherently while showing footage from Multiverse of Madness, one of the most convoluted movies ever made?
Apparently.
I mean, there are issues with No Way Home, but it handled the multiverse aspect of it fairly well, I thought, because it kept things small, even though you're dealing with a multiverse issue. Because it was the three Peters story. All three of them were involved.
Yes.
The stakes in Multiverse of Madness are so huge, it breaks your brain because they're not looked at. You're supposed to care about Wanda, even though she's this horrible monster throughout the movie. You're supposed to care about America Chavez, even though the story is stupid, but the whole bee on her hand thing and that opened up a portal and sucked her parents away. And yes, I know that's from the comic book, but dear God, that's dumb.
Yes.
Plus, like you made this whole thing about we need to stop um we need to stop America Chavez so that she will prevent the multiverse from collapsing because of all the portal traveling and everything, and yet her parents are not thought about, which means aren't they causing incursions too? Thus, the longer aren't they destroying dimensions because of incursions? It's way too complicated.
No. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
You know, Spider-Man the animated series also ended with a with a multiverse story, but that one we still followed our Spider-Man throughout the whole thing, and it kept things focused on him and a few of the others, and that's what No Way Home did. Did you care about any of the? Did you care about any of the Doctor Stranges, even ours?
No.
Yeah. That's bad script writing.
I thought he was kind of useless, honestly.
Yeah.
Of. Hey, look. It's weird that this says the signature of a witch. Let me go talk to the only witch I have ever known to ever exist ever, and tell them all about all my secrets and exactly where this person that this witch apparently really wants without confirming anything. By the way, I'm surrounded by magical energy because there is glamour up literally every single place that I look and touch in this hellscape that I'm currently in. And I can't sense it worth a damn because I'm useless. But whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine.
What is focused? It's just not narratively focused to the same degree Phase 3 was.
So what is it focused on exactly? If it's not narratively focused,
if it's not narratively focused, then what's the point of focusing on anything? Because
well, he said
all stories should have some focus, whether it's on the visuals or or if you're like trying to invoke an emotion through like surreal imagery or something, you're still focused on something. But these are comic book stories.
So
they should focus on like a story or the characters. That's really about it.
They definitely didn't focus on the characters.
No.
It broke so many of them.
pretty impossible ask, really, since that was the conclusion of a saga and this is the beginning of one. But no, while it is focused, that focus isn't solely expressed in its plotting. On the contrary, Phase 4 is focused on redefining what the MCU
The hell is this?
And I mean that in so...
What the fuck am I looking at?
What the hell is this?
Why is Captain America white? I have a problem. What is this? And Thor is not a woman.
Oh my goodness.
What is this?
many ways all at once. There's a new central narrative thread being slowly teased out. There's a new wealth of worlds, of characters, of stories made possible by the shift from one setting, one diegesis, to a whole multiverse. Phase 4's projects have redefined what constitutes canon in the MCU.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I love it when a story that comes in after 15, years of storytelling decides, you know what, this is canon now.
Yeah.
Redefined the sense of realism underpinning this world, redefined which cultures, whose perspectives are drawn from, redefined the very nature of the content which constitutes this cinematic universe. Phase 4's purpose wasn't to tell a story. It was to explode...
Okay, alright. Phase 4, you're not... Okay. So
Phase 4 was not... Phase 4 was not supposed to tell a story.
So, I hope he clarifies. I kind of want to, I'm going to continue because I want to see if he clarifies that.
Yeah.
Outwards in every direction to broaden utterly the horizons for future MCU storytelling.
Okay, so all of the millions and billions of dollars that went into the MCU Phase 4 had absolutely nothing to do with the storytelling of any of those movies. Literally every movie and TV show that was involved in Phase 4 had a story around it. It was to set up, it was to put a little T-ball, little thing right there to set you up so that you could hit a home run in the next one. And do you remember how we started off Phase 5? Quantum Mania. Great start. Great start. So good. A good thing Quantum Mania was flawless in its storytelling.
To experiment with genre, tone, form, and medium as a
literally nobody was stopping that before there was
result. While this phase may not have had the hype or big crossover events of previous years, the way we understand the MCU...
yes, there is no hype or crossover events shows Andrew Garfield in the new Spider-Man movie. Sure. That's fine. Whatever, I guess.
Now, what it can do, where it can go at the tail end of 2022 is a far cry indeed from the relatively limited vision of the franchise's future which we had following Endgame. It's easy to ignore or downplay all of these new moves individually, but taken cumulatively, the MCU after Phase 4 is unquestionably a richer and wider place, one that in 2 short years has opened up countless new avenues for its future. Phase 4 had a focus. This is that focus. Phase 4 marks a consistent, concerted...
Has he told me what the focus is yet? I haven't figured, except it opened up avenues. So it's a doorknob? Is that what you're telling me? Phase 4 was a doorknob? It opened up the door? There's just a door, we just opened it up, and look at all the avenues. It definitely won't be shit now. I don't get it. I don't get why in Phase 4 we need to, tread carefully on eggshells and be like, hey, yeah, that was just a setup. It's fine, we'll handle with care. They only had way more in Phase 4 than any other phase. Just I don't understand.
What
did
is his
Phase
point?
What did Phase 4 set up? It's not story focused or narrative
Yeah.
focused. I don't even know if it's character focused.
According to him, the directors have more say over things,
I definitely did not get that impression at all.
which I can't begin to think that.
No, they were silenced more than anything.
Yeah.
Hell, there are probably first-time directors in the MCU, and now I associate with the shit that they did with their work permanently. Like, I don't know. Like,
Effort to expand this franchise, so push forward with what's possible in terms of settings, characters, world building, visuals, form, genre, to a degree hitherto undreamt of.
Did you seriously just say hitherto undreamt of?
And that's why you're wrong about Phase 4. As I'm making this
Josh,
Oh
I don't
God.
know why am I wrong about Phase 4?
Nothing he has said has backed up his point, really.
What is his point? What am I wrong about? Tell me. Because he confirmed that the story is shit, and I don't know how you get past storytelling if the story is shit and tell me that it's fine.
I don't know.
Like, I don't even. You know what? If I was him, I wouldn't have even acknowledged how shit the story was.
So
You shouldn't have even acknowledged that because that made it worse.
You're wrong. Okay, I'm just. You're wrong about Marvel Phase 4 because we've explored different points of view, different artistic styles, animation, TV shows, and that's why you're wrong? It's not about story? Then why am I here?
Yeah, you know what I had a problem with Marvel Phase 4 was the stories were shit. So I'm wrong. But the problem is now you've acknowledged. You said why I'm wrong. So okay, I'm wrong about Marvel Phase 4. Okay, I think the stories were shit. I think they destroyed the characters and the world building put forth before in the Phase 4, Phase 3, 2, and 1. All that came before it, I think is kind of destroyed now. Actually, I think it's thoroughly destroyed now, but whatever. Besides the point. But my main concern is that the stories were bad. That is my number one concern. All right. My number two concern is the world building is utterly shattered. And number three is that you've destroyed the characters that I loved that came before. Those are my top three concerns. So why am I wrong about Marvel Phase 4? Well, number one, you agreed with me about the stories. You saying, oh, the stories don't matter. It's like, well, you're just dismissing. So it doesn't matter if the stories were good or bad. So that's just dismissing that whole point, which in a storytelling genre such as film and TV shows, you kind of need a good story. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you can have a movie that's not narrative focused, that tries to invict emotions in some way, or even it's just educational, like a documentary.
Character study. I'm okay with
character
that.
study, or you could also have surreal art piece movies. Some of those can be fine as well. But
that's not what.
But that's not what the MCU is. Exactly. These are stories that are essentially comic books are basically soap operas with people with superpowers. You gotta tell compelling character stories and have some fun over the top things in there as well.
Yes.
What was it? I want to say Avengers issue 200, where
you've lost me.
it's not that good of a comic book, but that I think that's the one where Carol Danvers goes and gets pregnant with a guy who wants to be his own son or something weird like that.
Oh, okay. I have several problems already, but continue.
It's one of those like what the hell kind of stories.
I just
But
let me
to-
fuck my mom so
but
I
to-
can exist. No, hold on.
But to make up for how stupid it was, there's also like distortions in time, so the Avengers have to fight like dinosaurs and like World War II planes and stuff like that.
Okay, that kind of sounds cool.
It's like yeah, because it's the story wasn't very good, so they threw in like these amazing set pieces. It's like
They were like, "Oh, it's bad. Jingle keys. The keys are over here. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not. The world's not on fire. I don't know what you speak."
I want to say it was Avengers 200. I could be wrong on that though.
I'm surprised Carol Danvers allowed herself to get pregnant. That assumes that she allowed a man to best her.
Well,
Ugh,
this is
that I
when
love.
Carol Danvers was written like a woman, and
I don't
not
know
what
you're
she is
talking about.
now.
I don't know what you speak of. Brie Larson is a woman. What do you imply?
She was the first woman. I forgot. Wait, no. Well, wait a minute. Is Brie Larson the first Whammons, or is Jennifer Lawrence the first Whammons? I'm confused now.
Oh wait, if Brie Larson was the first woman, Jennifer Lawrence was the first girl. There you go. We figured it out.
Ah, okay.
We did it. Yeah, but very different. What? Yeah, that's a good. So, but okay, so the stories don't mean anything. Okay, fine. My first point, I guess, is totally irrelevant, right? Second point, the world building was shit. Well, you've now told me that they're setting up. So I guess Phase 4's entire point was to set up shit for Phase 5, which you know, I'm not gonna respect you setting shit up if you, in the process of setting stuff up, ends with everything that came before it being annihilated. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to build a new building by destroying all the buildings that came before it. You can just build a new building, and that's fine. Nothing tells me that you have to destroy everything else.
Archer Collin figured it out. Jennifer Lawrence was the first Brie Larson.
Yeah, but Brie Larson's older than Jennifer Lawrence.
Your point?
Well, I'm just saying. That makes no sense. Mine made way more sense. Thank you. Anyway, so the world building doesn't matter that came before, even though it relies on it because you're building off of it, according to him. So we murder. Kill the past. No, destroy the past. Kill it if you have to. And then build on top. Build a shit building on top of it. Okay. I guess point 3, the characters. He didn't mention characters. He just mentioned look at the colors. Look at the colors of the people on the screen. They're not just that pale, you know, a pinkish, whitey color now. They're different. They're different shades. Oh my god! Look at that! Clap, clap. It's good. It's good because there's different colors on the screen. Oh my god, of people. We just need to collect them all like Pokemon. Who cares what they're actually about? So I don't get it. I still don't know why I'm wrong. And I don't know how you can watch a movie and not care about the story. Okay? I mean, Josh, you and I both agree that Moonfall is an absolutely shit movie. Like, objectively, right?
Oh, God, yes.
It is like one of the shittiest movies of all time, but it is charming in that it thinks that it's amazing without having the arrogance of
it's trying.
lecturing you.
It is not trying to be a bad movie. It's one of those, they are legitimately trying to tell a good story, and it is unbelievably dumb.
It is so, but it is so funny. It is just, it's so over the top. It is perfection. It is the Room of disaster movies. And it's perfect, just the way that it is. Because it ended up being something unintentionally hilarious. And yeah, I will never tell you, like, from like a very serious point of view, I will never tell you that Moonfall is a good movie. I will joke about it until the day I die about how good of a movie it is, but it is not a good movie. That doesn't mean I don't absolutely enjoy watching it, especially with new people who've never seen it before. It's very entertaining. And I just I don't know. The story of Moonfall is complete insanity, but at least there is a story that I can like coherently follow from A to Z, even if it is insane.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it is.
I'll give it that.
It's coherent. I can understand it. It is beyond insane. Okay, it is crazyville and hilarious, and it's not the best story. But it's coherent. I will give it that. I cannot tell you that Loki or Multiverse of Madness is coherent. I can't tell you that. Um, Loki utterly destroys the complete world building of the MCU from the very first movie to whenever it ends, because that is just how it is. That's what happens when you say, "Oh, this one person is in charge of all of this," and he's like just a dude. He's not God. He's just a dude. He's just a dude who got a little bit too powerful and started fighting himself for some unknown reason. And that dude is the only reason why you exist. And God help you if you stray off the path even a little bit, you'll be annihilated. It is insanity. Absolute insanity. Eternals had a giant humanoid sticking out of the planet that nobody acknowledges. Because it's almost like they're not even aware that it exists, even though that should be a huge talking point among every single person on that planet. But then again, the blip was also going to be, it should have been a giant talking point among the entirety of the planet. And yet it wasn't. Falcon and Winter Soldier proved that. They didn't give a fuck for the most part. They were just like, lol, I don't think we need borders anymore, even though that would absolutely go against the rest of our points, which is we want to make sure everybody gets everything. So we're just not going to have any government and have complete anarchy, because anarchy is absolutely 100% proven to be the most stable, organized form of government. And then you have Multiverse of Madness, which for some reason they forget they have sling rings, which would have solved almost all of their problems. Wong goes from being a very serious, like, kind of dry, funny character to being one of the dumbest people on the planet. The movie consistently forgets things that they established 5 minutes before. Hey, you can't do magic here. Hey, wait a second, I gotta do magic in order to get us there. Oh, okay. It breaks everything apart and makes Doctor Strange both somehow an idiot, a cuck, and just, I mean, honestly, a wet piece of bread would have done more for that movie than Doctor Strange would have. Just saying. And pretty much everyone else has with a wet piece of bread and done better. All right, at least the wet piece of bread has the potential to stand up to the Scarlet Witch properly. Just instead of just flopping around, doing nothing, and just letting everyone die around you. Yeah, Illuminati, I'm talking to you. You just let all your friends just die around you, and you literally have no emotional reaction. I mean, if I didn't know somebody and they just started screaming in agony right beside me, I think I would have had a reaction to that. Let alone one of my friends. But whatever. WandaVision made Wanda evil. Lol. But she's not. because mind rape isn't really mind rape if a woman does it, I guess. Just, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. God knows how it honestly just nuke that town at this point because everyone is so irreversibly traumatized that they'll never be functioning people. Not a single person in that town will be functional ever again in society. You've destroyed them forever. I'm trying to think of everything else. I didn't watch Kamala Khan because I didn't care. Or know that it existed until like a year after, I think. Or at least several months. She-Hulk broke the universe again, which, I mean, shocking, because I didn't think you could already break something broken, but here we are. She didn't just fourth wall break, she 8 wall break, literally walked out of her own, literally hopped out of her own section on the Disney Plus screen, swung out of the TV somehow, and then walked to Marvel Studios where she talked to Kevin Feige. I don't even, like, how do you even begin to do that?
Yeah, that was one of the most baffling things ever.
And then you have the
like,
writers. She talks to the writers, and they're all like, "Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it?" And I'm just like, "What? You can't do that. You can't do that." Oh, God! What also happened in Phase 4? I'm just like, oh yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where Bucky didn't really became pathetic and incompetent somehow at his job, and Falcon, for some reason, wasn't getting paid to be an Avenger, and apparently nobody knows who he is, even though he is a very, very noticeable Avenger that everyone on the planet should know because he helped save it. So I didn't understand. Let's see.
And-
We have Shang-Chi, which was basically a standalone movie, except for Wong and the Abomination being in it for some unknown reason.
Yeah.
I'm literally having to. I had to pull it up. Thor: Love and Thunder is this is what Thor: Love and Thunder is about. Jane Foster gets Thor powers through magical hammer bullshit, and then dies at the end of the movie because of cancer, and somehow goes to Valhalla. That's all that happens. Oh, there's some god killer thing, but that's irrelevant because who cares? That's it. That's all that happens.
Remember when Thor was talking to Civ and says that she won't go to Valhalla, but her arm's probably there? Wasn't that funny?
Yeah, that was so funny that I get to see my girl Sif for the first time in years in a Thor movie, and her arm being cut off, which is I would imagine is traumatic even for a goddess. Okay, yeah, her arm being cut off is funny as hell. Also, her arm wouldn't have just gone to Valhalla, you dumbass, because it's not. Whatever. It's not how that works. How do you not know your own mythos, Thor? You're literally in it, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Black Widow was dumb. We already talked about that before. Black Widow absolutely destroyed Black Widow and gave us the worst version of the movie that we all craved after Age of Ultron. Black Panther Wakanda Forever had one of the most inappropriate and disrespectful signing offs of an actor who died that I've ever seen in my life. It's just so rude. Absolutely rude. It blows my mind. It's like they didn't like him and secretly didn't like him. That's the vibe I get.
Mm-hmm.
What if?
And
What if doesn't count?
there was a line in there about how they were angry that he didn't tell them that he was sick.
You would have known.
That's messed up.
Oh my god, because the actor actually didn't tell anybody. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. I never pieced that together. Wow. Let me just make this all about me. Let me think about you dying, even because from a sickness. They should have made him go out as a hero. So
Yeah.
rude to have him go out like that.
Well, no, they should have just recast. They should have just recast the role.
Well, if you're gonna kill him off, you should have made him go out as a hero. But they should have
Yes.
recast because that's what the family's wishes were, and you should have respected the family's wishes. I don't even under.
Like, how is it
Whatever, I guess.
controversial if even a family says you should recast?
The family, who are the closest people to the guy that died, is like, yeah, he would have wanted you to recast him so that his legacy as Black Panther and this character that meant a lot to him could have lived on. But who the fuck cares what the family cares about? We're here to make money and make new toys that no one's gonna buy.
Man, it certainly didn't seem like they were trying to milk Chadwick Boseman's death for their own financial gain in the movie. It didn't come off that way at
Yeah.
all.
Definitely. Oh, everyone forgot that Hawkeye existed except for Lorena because she loved the tracksuit mafia. All right? Everyone else forgot that. All right. Moon Knight was a thing, and all I know about Moon Knight is, other than he had a cool looking costume, there's a giant Cthulhu thing at the end, and that's all I know. I don't know anything else about that thing. Miss Marvel, yeah, I didn't watch that because I didn't know it existed either. And apparently Werewolf by Night was good. So I have that to look forward to. I Am Groot was also apparently a short film series that happened. Question mark?
Okay.
And that's it. Because I think, yeah, Phase 5. So Phase 5 has Guardians of the Galaxy 3. It's going to have the Marvels. Deadpool 3, which good luck. Secret
Palpy,
Invasion,
are you kidding
Bottomania.
me? There's a Strange New Worlds musical episode?
Oh, nice.
Because Star Trek and musicals, those just fit seamlessly together.
Yeah, if I want to torture Loki, I'll just strap him to his office chair and make him watch it. There we go.
My God.
The fuck is Echo? I'm just looking at Phase 5 now, just out of sheer curiosity. So, Quantum Mania, then you have Secret Invasion, which I wrote off. I was interested in. You actually got me back, and I was slightly interested in, and then you killed off one of my favorite characters you haven't done shit with, because fuck you. Maria Hill was awesome, and you didn't do anything with her. But fine, whatever. Have her die thinking that her mentor and best friend, Nick Fury, is the one that killed her, because now the Skrulls are evil. Now we're doing Skrulls are evil for some reason. Let's see. We had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which I couldn't be bothered to watch because I just don't care. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I don't know what you want from me, movies. All right. Gamora, that is not Gamora. That is a different Gamora. So, yep. And I don't know. I don't see a way that you could have Peter Quill not be a total weirdo, considering that he has all these memories and all these feelings towards somebody who has none of that. You should have just let Gamora go. You should have just let her go. Let's see. Deadpool 3, I am so worried about that movie. Captain America Brave New World, great. Wonderful. I'm getting another one of those. Blade, I am I have no hope for Blade. You cannot give me a PG-13 Blade and think it's not going to be good. Just like you can't give me a PG-13 Deadpool and I think it's going to be good. There's no way. There's no way you can give any one of those movies a PG-13 rating and it's going to be good. Just not. No way. Thunderbolts, great, wonderful. Second season of Loki, excellent. That's what I wanted. Echo, which I literally know nothing about. I've never heard of Echo as a name. What If? I don't. Great, another What If series. Ironheart. Oh, good. Everybody's favorite Ironheart. She's not like universally hated for being annoying or anything. Agatha, Coven of Chaos. Great. Oh, Daredevil Born Again. Good. We get to ruin him again. Even more so.
Yay.
How great. I'm so excited. No, not in the MCU. They made them good. They're poor little refugees. They ain't done nothing wrong. Okay? No, they ruined their chance to do the Secret Invasion because of how they handled them in Captain Marvel. Now they're trying to retcon them and be like, no, those Skrulls were okay. But these ones are bad. It's like, okay. You definitely painted all Skrulls as being good guys in Captain Marvel, but sure. You know, we've reached the point where Captain Marvel, which retconned a lot of the MCU, is now being retconned.
Yeah.
I'm losing my mind, Josh. I'm closing out of this video. I don't think I can candle anymore. I'm out.
We only have 1 minute left.
Damn it! Fine, I'll do it. But I'm doing it unwillingly. I want everybody to know. Josh bullied me into doing it, and I'm fucking hungry.
I used my male privilege. That's how that works.
How dare you? How dare you?
Wakanda Forever hasn't yet released, but it looks set to continue this push toward newness, to cap off this great period of transition in a spectacular fashion. And I, for one, am looking for...
Oh, well, they handled that transition just like, you know, it was so smooth, Josh. It was just flawless. It was so smooth.
Seamless.
So good. It was just the most flawless, seamless transition I've ever done. It definitely wasn't a Lamborghini in a boulder-filled road. Okay, that definitely wasn't what it felt like. Where like the car is at risk of flipping over because it's so bumpy.
Forward to seeing it and to seeing where Phase 4 goes next. So I'll wrap up here, I think, because this video is already pretty darn long. If you're new here, though, I've got plenty...
Oh, well, I'm on hour 5 of my show.
of other videos on Marvel, the MCU, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
How? Okay, this is the worst crime of all time. He has light mode on.
Is Harley Quinn anti-Semitic?
Hold on a second. Harley's Jewish? I thought she was just a white girl from Brooklyn. That Brooklyn accent. Also know about Echo. She slapped Kingpin and made him look like, oh great, wonderful. I bet they bring back the Kingpin everybody likes so that she can just, you know. Why were Daredevil and Spider-Man always in favor of them? They should have just
Stop making Superman Jesus. I agree with that one.
Me too. I'm sick and tired of it. Superman isn't Jesus. No, he's not. He's an alien from a different planet.
He's basically he's actually Moses.
Oh my god, you're right. That's so funny. He had an arc and everything.
How not to mess up Secret Invasion? Well, okay.
Well, somebody who watched the first episode and checked out immediately because they fucked up. I don't agree with that. Is woke Hollywood spitting on Tolkien's legacy and it shows Rings of Power? The answer to that question is yes, and I'm not even a big fan of Tolkien. I'm very, very lightly a fan because I watched the extended editions. I would not consider myself a hardcore Tolkien fan because I know what hardcore Tolkien fans look like, and I'm not one of those people. And I can tell you right now, yes, they did. Community, a perfect pilot. Yes, Community was fantastic. Totally before its time. Archer, phenomenal animation. I don't even know what you're talking
How
about.
to fail at criticism with the critical drinker on the thumbnail.
He's not.
Besides,
Dude, if I have to compare,
Hold on a second.
if I have to pair a lesson in terrible writing, the man has written books, dude.
Well, not just books, successful books.
Yes.
Anybody can write a book. It's whether it's successful or not.
But I mean, he did write a fairly successful novel series.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's successful. He did it. He knows a thing or two. No, She-Hulk isn't toxic. I'm glad the man is telling me that She-Hulk isn't toxic. Does She-Hulk hate men? Yes. Actually, I just think she hates everybody. I don't think it's just men. I'll give you that. She doesn't just hate men. She hates everyone that isn't herself in the mirror. And anybody who's not kissing her skinny green ass every single time she walks around, isn't bowing before her like she's God himself. That's just me, though. I don't like narcissists. I don't give a shit what gender they come in. So.
Check that out. Thanks for watching. And hey, please do go ahead and share this around to any mates you've got who are being curmudgeonly about Phase 4. And
God, no!
I found this myself. I found this myself, actually. Thank you.
I'm not sharing this thing with anybody.
Oh, I mean, we kind of already shared it with the chat.
Well, I suppose that's true. We shared it with our audience. I suppose that's true.
No fucking shit, really? I didn't know that. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty decent. So now, just because you write something doesn't mean that you are the end-all, be-all, God-tiered, knowing everything about writing. I just have a tendency to trust your opinion a bit more, you know? And it depends on successful. Like, technically, Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey are successful book series.
Yes.
So, but I'm not trusting them on E.L. James or Stephanie Myers on writing. I'm just not.
No.
So, all right, I'm good. I did it.
He's doing his spiel. Yeah.
Yes, I'm done. We found a new channel, Josh.
Oh, goody.
Well, I kind of want to watch the She-Hulk Hate Woman, but then I'm going to have to rewatch all of She-Hulk and not just the little highlight reel to get familiar with it. And Josh, I don't know if I can do that. Because that last episode broke me so hard that I was telling Loki that we needed to call the police. Okay. On She-Hulk, because that's how badly it broke me. I was like, we need to call the police. So awful. And I hate, I will never ever get over this. I'll never ever give somebody the seal clap for being a woman if you're a complete and utter twat. I'm just not. I'm not gonna shit that you're a woman. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. What difference does the gender make? You say that, and it's so funny because Once Upon a Time, the last episode was a musical, and it was so that show became such a dog shit that 90% of the cast like absolutely bounced once their contract was up. They left, and there's like 4 people still left. It's just hilarious. And then they tried to make a show around those 4 people, and it failed after the first season.
I mean, you can only really do like a random musical episode on a comedy series because it's already
Oh.
over the top.
Buffy did it, and it was fantastic, actually. And
Buffy
Buffy's
did it,
not-
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
true.
think that's the only
Drama that
only
ever pulled it
show.
off, yeah.
Yeah, and they pulled it off because it was a spell. That's why they pulled it off, and there's magical bullshit in that series. It's one of my all-time favorites.
Scrubs also had a really good musical episode as well, but that was, again, Scrubs was a comedy show with some dramatic moments, but it was still a comedy first.
Yeah.
All the other examples I can think of shows that had a musical episode, they were comedy shows.
No, Buffy's the only one I can think of.
Yeah.
Buffy pulled it off, and it was because they made it a spell. And then, like, a lot of the cast actually... So the cast had a good mixing of people who could actually sing and people who couldn't. And you could tell. You could tell who couldn't sing, but who had obviously gone through voice training. But Giles, because Giles is the best character on the show, and I will fight people, all right, about it, because Giles is best. And he actually has musical talent that he got to showcase in that episode. So, and there was remember that one song, under your spell or something like that, where like it didn't dawn on you until that song was being sung, like, oh wait a second, is this relationship even real? And like your mind is just like blowing up into like flames. You're just like, no, hold on, no, is this real? Is she actually just under the spell? Wait, how much is it? Oh god, the consent. What is happening? What's gonna? Oh god, I was having like an absolute meltdown when that was being done. I was just like losing my shit. And it was also a great way to have, because there's a bunch of secrets being kept, and all the secrets came out because they were forced to be truthful when they sang, because that was the spell. And I love that. I absolutely loved it. You know, and they're doing this happy, cheery dance, and Buffy's singing like, yeah, you didn't save me from hell. You actually ripped me from heaven. Just everyone is like, oh no, Jesus Christ. And that's why I left it off. Oh, it's okay. That musical episode is one of my all-time favorites of Buffy. So good. You know what? I am glad I brought up musical episodes, because you just gave me a palate cleanser after dealing with all that shit. And I got to remember something good that happened in, like, media. Oh, man, that was good.
Yay. I'm hungry.
Yes. Yes, there we go. Oh, you're talking about... no, you're talking about Star Trek Discovery. Hiss! You need to rewatch Buffy. I never finished Buffy.
Or, no, I'm sorry, that was Buddy.
Oh, Buddy, yes. You know, watch Buddy. That might be a different show. Buffy, I was in the season where... oh my god. Which girl? I'm blanking on names. I cannot remember names at the moment.
It's been so long since I saw Buffy. I'm drawing a blank.
Which girl was going bad? She was going down a bad path. Because she was getting lazy and using magic for everything. She kept going down a bad path.
Was that Alison Hagelin's character?
Yes. What is her name?
Oh,
Buffy. God. Character name. I remember Giles, because Giles is the best character ever. Willow.
Willow, that's it.
Yes. Willow. Willow was my second favorite. Dawn's annoying. Oz deserved it better. I'm just saying. So sad. Absolutely sad. And yet was a total asshole, so total mix on that. Spike. Spike is amazing. I absolutely love Spike.
Spike was a pretty good character, yeah.
That, and the actor has a podcast, if I remember correctly.
Oh, does he?
Or he's been on podcasts. I got him and Lex Luthor from Smallville mixed up.
Oh.
Yes, Lex Luthor from Smallville has a podcast, and he talks about it, which is really cool. He's a really cool guy. And then James, what's that his name? James Marsden.
Marsden?
Yes, there you go. He does a lot of, because he did like that character, and he talks about it a lot still. So.
Mm.
Oh, there's comics. Oh my god. Okay, we've ended on a happy note. I'm gonna go ahead and leave before somebody spills some really terrible news. And I'm hungry. That's the way we do things here. Oh wait, no, hold on, Josh. Do you have anything happening?
Yes.
Are you like you have stuff that's happening?
No, I'm still
Well, you said yes.
working.
What? You said yes. Is that Lady Mist? That is
Yep.
Lady Mist.
Hi, Lady Mist.
Hey, Lady Mist, you damn lurker. Our favorite lurker.
So yeah, I'm just still working on my Picard season 3 video. It's gonna be lengthy.
Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be lengthy.
A long fox. Long fox bad.
Oh, Trip on Enterprise was gonna be called Spike. I did not know that. Archer. And he also has a Star Trek related podcast.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating. And I got nothing. I had nothing coming up as far as I'm aware of.
Yay.
All right, I'm hungry.
Me too.
I'm gonna go eat dinner and do something entertaining. And yeah.
Oh,
Bye,
Chris
bye.
is saying
Oh my God,
telling you to do
what?
something.
Check your DM before you go. What? I'm leaving. I always get teased about how long my stuff goes for. Oh my god. Okay, real quick. All right, and then we're gonna leave. And in fact, we're
Okay.
probably just gonna leave on this screen. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Amazing. All right,
That's
bye,
pretty
guys.
great.
It's beautiful. I love it. I need this to be a poster.
Bye, everyone.